Hello, we are back. It has been just over an hour and a half into the 6 hours of Silverstone, and Shane Thomas is right behind Adam Long, fighting for second position right now, as Laundry in the 711 Bentley is in the lead, trying to go around the outside. Just before the end of his stint, he might be able to make it happen.
It's six.
Off the track a little bit there, but makes it stick. And into the next corner, he is ahead. So right at the start, we've already had an overtake for second position from Shane Thomas in the 240 Aston Martin.
It didn't help that Long decided to pick up all the marbles from the side of the track. Does not help on your group. But we are approaching, well, some more pit stops, I think. As I said last time, the average is around 29 laps on one set. And let's see, the guys who are next to pit probably will be what's his name again? Saidi. Because he is on lap 21 of his tires, so bit of a tire thing.
Yep, Saidi, who has taken over from Nicholas Alvarado in the 420 Aston Martin, is in fourth position right now. We also, an interesting one to look at is Matt Sutherland, who is driving in 19th position, but in that King's Meat Snacks, Aston Martin has already pit twice, so they only have 3 more pit stops to make over the whole race, so we can expect some long stints to come out from them, and for them to jump up the order once they get back onto the same setup as everyone else, although that is Martin Butterman fighting them for position there.
Yeah, Butterman has been very aggressive today.
Yeah, we saw him racing people on the lap ahead of him earlier, but in a race this long, it is reasonable to do if you are truly faster than them, because you will need to make your way through the field.
He has been given 2 warnings already for being a bit too aggressive when unlapping.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's that.
It swings and roundabouts, isn't it? He has pulled a long way away from the Bentleys I saw him lapping earlier, so he definitely does have some good pace. They clearly just had incidents earlier on in the race which put them back into this position, but making up a good amount of pace. If he can just keep setting these nice laps, he can make it to the end, as Sadie's being let past there by the Matt Sutherland in the Meat Snacks car.
And we're just going to say thank you for follow, Killer Pills.
Yep, huge shout out to everyone who's been supporting the stream, whether it's with your regular follows, your big old Twitch primes, or just by watching the stream. Thank you very much for coming around for our first proper endurance broadcast.
Yeah, I can't even speak English. You know what? Forget it.
Where we will something.
We will be sweating for 6 hours straight, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Absolutely. So here we have Johansson following the 711, so he's just been lapped by the leader. And you can see how far ahead the leader is now, as 711 is just coming out of Magnus and Beckett's now, as Shane Thomas in second starts his 47th lap.
Yeah, and we got 12 cars in the lead lap now. Which is pretty good, I guess.
Absolutely. McLarens have been coming up a little bit. They were doing very badly overall when I was last here, but there are a few of them slowly making their way up the order. Bentley in the lead now is good to see, although a lot of the other Bentleys have been slowly falling down the leaderboard. Who have we got in? Who we know from the regular season? Adam Raynor taking on the JJ Motorsport car of 323.
Yeah, with a few spins here and there. Even though he is my boy, he just crashes a lot.
Everyone loves Raynor. We have one of the Tans, Kieran Tan, who is in the 250 Sim Racing car.
The Raider Asian team.
Yep.
2 Tans, Afik, and Hassan.
Justin Clerk, the king of Formula 3 in our Assetto Corsa races in Scuderia Farmers Defence Force.
Now, the first top runner is taking his second pit stop. That's Paul Greatrix in P9.
There we go, Paul Greatrix, Hot Buns Racing, driving with Mihai, I believe.
Greatrix did 32 laps in these tires.
That's a long stint.
Yep.
And I believe he's been in from the start, right? So we should be seeing him swap out.
He hasn't.
Oh, he hasn't.
Some guy called Win something was in the car. That would be Winter, Jack Winter.
Jack Winter. Ah, yes, Jack Winter was in the car first. So he may be going for another stint, Paul Greatrix. We will have to see. I think Jack Winter is their fastest driver, so they might want to make sure he's in there for a decent bit of it.
Oh, it looks like he's still in the car. But still, 32 laps. And I mean, if he's warm now, why not just stay on the track?
Yeah, absolutely. We also have Steve Hughes here. Steve Hughes, one of our band drivers, driving in the 2C's Motorsport car number 7. He's got his race number. I'm sure he'll be happy about that. Back in the McLaren, he's a much bigger fan of the Bentley nowadays. But in his old car, he's right now chasing down John Smith, who is in the Bentley. Very similar liveries. They've got the color coordination going on right here. This is the closest battle that we have on track at the moment.
Oh, and here comes Butterman for his second pit stop, and he should be back out again. We have 4 cars who have done 3 pit stops. 829, 52, 10, and 101. Some have new drivers, some don't. But actually, yeah, Pointer Rescue is in the car now. For the 52. So once he comes back in, I can go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something like that.
Mihai starting his split now. I had a feeling that the UI takes a little bit of time to switch drivers.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it took more than just one sector.
Yeah, it's not the quickest thing, unfortunately. Once again, they are now down near the bottom, but because they have taken one pit stop, that is obviously not quite representative of where they are. Just behind Matt Sutherland, they are the second highest placed out of people who have pit that extra time so far.
Indeed. But I mean, we should be 5 laps away from another pit cycle, so
yeah,
we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing more people coming in for sure. All of the people who've pitted earlier are going to be getting right to the end of their fuel usage, but we did see some people doing over the hour initially. Obviously, they'll need to do an extra pit stop for that, but I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people, especially the front runners, are really looking to do long stints, all the way up till the end, where they do one splash and dash right at the end just to finish things off.
Yeah.
Gives them a bit more creativity, a bit more room to move their pit stops around and to come in for any damage if they get any.
Yeah. But as it stands right now, let me just double check here. Landry is at 21 laps. Long is on 19. Miles is at 20. Saidi at 25. And Shane Thomas is at 23 laps. So, I mean, they can juggle with it, but they can go in now, but they could also just stay out, right?
Yeah, they've still got a little bit of time left.
Yeah.
Shane Thomas here catching one of the back markers, either the 100 or the 101 Bentley there. Looks like the 100. So that's driven right now by Heath still. Heath?
Yeah, I believe it was Heath, yeah.
Well, two battles right now on track are right next to each other. We obviously have Steve Hurth chasing down John Smith in the Bentley, but we also have Justin Clerk in the 28 McLaren chasing down Andy Thorpe in the 66 McLaren. Adam, thank you for the follow. Just a reminder, as I'm sure we'll have some new and some different viewers this far into the race. But we are, of course, a competizione sim series. We do more smaller races than endurance races, but we're trying to start doing some of these more regularly. We do have another one planned for after this, which will be in about a month and a half's time. We also have the next Solo Endurance Cup, which will be in about a month's time. And starting next week, we're going to have our regular season 5, going, with streams every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for 2 shorter sprint races each day. Free on Sundays, we're going to have our GT4 series starting, which is very exciting.
Yeah. Haven't had that for a while.
So, exclamation sign up if you want to join. If you want to get in some of this action like Steve Hughes, who's just thrown himself around the outside of that Bentley into Maggots and Beckett's, that is not a place where you expect to see an overtake.
Bold move, but might as well.
Yeah, if he's going to catch someone unaware, he can make that sort of stuff happen onto the hangar straight. Is now pulling out a nice little lead. Clearly shocked the Bentley and not used to going side by side through there at all. And he's lost a little bit of pace there, as Steve Hughes now has to pull up behind David Jessett, who is in the 111 car, a bit further down the road, just past Vale right now. And yeah, shout out to David Jessett. Didn't see him for a while. He used to run a lot of coaching sessions when we first started. It's good to see him back.
Now, I'm just going to give a quick update on the other server.
Absolutely.
Our second server. Nathan Wells in car number 714 is leading in front of Arnold Storms in the 33 car. Only 6 seconds between them after 1 hour and 35 minutes of racing. Wells and Storms obviously both fan favorites, so go them. But I can say it's 6 Aston Martins in top 6.
So very consistently, it's always been one of the preferred cars for rookie drivers in this game. Very stable, very nice.
It's a nice car actually.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah, the cars like the Bentley and especially the McLaren are a lot more sort of hit and miss for certain drivers. Some people's driving styles really suits them, but some people just cannot get a hold of them. I feel like as well, both of them, but especially the McLaren, are cars that if you really put in the time to learning it, you can get a lot of time out of it, but it's not the sort of car you can just hop in and drive like the Aston is.
That is definitely true.
So Justin Clerk chasing down Andy Thorpe is our closest battle on track now. It seems we have a few others that are popping up. Diego Alvarez is chasing down Kevin Tan.
Yes, actually. Not quite close enough to actually make a move on him yet, but he might.
Yeah, he's
all in due time, right?
Absolutely. Coming up to that point where we can start seeing a few moves made. Justin Kirk a bit closer, but not close enough to make the move in there. Actually going to try and take a faster line through there. And you can see the car in front of him getting a bit of a wiggle on, which is going to mean he is going to have more speed going down the straight. Side by side into the corner. And he just pulls it off. Thorpe there, having to wiggle a little bit to not turn into him, but good clean racing there. Good job by the both of them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there has been a lot of wiggling by the McLaren today.
Yeah.
A lot of wiggling.
When they get to the limit of their aero, you're going to see some booty shaking amongst those cars.
We are now at the supposed start of the pit cycle, according to my math.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me if you were right, and they start coming in soon. Should see a couple. Obviously, we know that the 240 car driven by Shane Thomas right now. The ACCSimSeries car is going to be coming in soon.
Presumably. Everything is presumably in this game because
Yeah.
it's actually interesting to see that number 69 is this far up, because even though they've only done one mandatory stop, they have stopped twice actually. What's his name again? Urich or something. Did 25 laps, pitted, did 5 laps, and then pitted and let what's the name? Renner in the car.
Yep, Luca Renner, who is driving right now, the McLaren Shadow Project number 69.
I mean, even though they've pitted once more, they are only 40 seconds behind the next guy in Saidi.
Absolutely, very impressive work from them. Unfortunately, not going to help them a huge amount more because obviously they didn't change tyres.
So I don't know, maybe it was a driver mistake or something. I don't know.
Possibly. There are still, even though we've done a few of these events, there are still a lot of drivers in these events where it's their first time doing a team event. Possibly they failed to do the Passover or something.
It happens.
It does happen. It's not the simplest system for doing it your first time.
Well, Elvis and Tan are fighting again. Elvis has gone past the Tan, I think. No, he hasn't.
Just behind, yeah.
They were side by side. And Heiner Rescue is catching up to them.
Let's have a quick look into the replay of them being side by side. If we can catch that. So they've just come out of Chapel. Diego looking to make a move. Yeah, he's really, really close up the back and dives to the inside through Stowe. Doesn't quite manage to make it though, gets the braking in a little bit more early. And so was side by side there just for a moment before getting back on the power behind the 250 of Kevin Tan. You say that is Mihai in the 52 who's watching them now from just behind?
Elvis should have a run now.
Yeah, he looked like it. He had his nose out there, but he doesn't make the move. Not quite going aggro enough. And Mihai looks like he is doing a strong job catching up. Even from just a short amount of time we've been on board with him, you can see him pulling a little bit closer. And if these two start fighting ahead, that could pull them in there. Kevin hasn't been going too defensive, though. He hasn't been making any large line changes. And so hopefully he shouldn't put himself or Alves behind him into too much danger.
Bit of a cut there, I think.
Kirk Herth is also now right behind Brioche. So this is two Bentleys having a little fight here, and Brioche is going defensive to try and keep Herth behind him.
Well, it's very simple. I mean, you can't have two Bentleys side by side anyway.
Yeah, not enough room on any track for that.
I mean, you'll need an entire county for that. All right, the first pit stop is 129. That is Sutherland in the weirdly strategized car.
Meat snacks. Yeah, they are pitting real early again. They're going to be a whole pit cycle ahead of everyone here.
It's up early because Tweedy did 2 11-lap stints, and Sutherland here is just at 31 laps.
Oh, so they have had a big second lap there, but still managed to be off pit strategy of everyone else as Alves takes a little bit of the grass there.
Yeah, it could work. For comparison, Saidi is on 30 laps and Thomas is on 28.
And here is the replay of what we just missed, was Mihai did a big dive in there. Diego Alves is not feeling the most comfortable right now and is falling back from his rivals there. Mihai making a nice move there, and it's going to set upon chasing the similarly liveried car of Kevin Tan ahead of him.
Oh, expert, but are you sure his name is not Fiago?
Very well, maybe.
Anyway, that's just
pronunciation lessons with ACCSS.
David Shizad. What? What do you mean he's not French?
Yeah, Mihai is already right up on the back of Kevin. And we could see him making another dive soon. So a really nice run from Mihai in this third split for his team.
I am getting a... Yeah. There he goes.
We also have Jonathan Werner here, who's right on the back of Adam Raynor, having pit one more time than him. Got a little bit more speed in the tank, and he's going to dive him down at the end of the Wellington Straights. Getting to see the sort of interesting mix here of these sort of team races and why these team races can be so fun, because as Heath is trying desperately to go down the side of Brioche, we're seeing some teams having their fast driver in, some teams having their slow driver in, and so you're really starting to see some pace differentials come in here, which is switching about the order midway through these races, and is why these team events can be so fun.
Right. As we're seeing the first pit stops, it's Jessup and Smith. Smith, whatever.
Jessup in the 111 Yeti Sim Sports, and John Smith in the Team Parker Racing Bentley, number 68. They're the first two of our sort of main gaggle here, who are all on the same strategy to pit. Here from the chat from Kiwikaki that 111 is switching driver, so that would be David Jessett hopping out of the car. We'll see if John Smith does the same. As we come towards the 4-hour mark, and Mark Anthony Laundrie, who made a really nice run of it, is still in the car and is still leading.
And he should be nearing the end of his second stint, and he's had 2 great hours. No errors or anything. Why are we typing?
Oh, that was muted to the stream, sorry. If you hear me making awkward noises, they'll normally be muted. I like to be, I like to think that they'll be muted at least, as M. Laundrie
No.
is coming up to lap. I think that's Adam Raynor.
I was looking away at myself there. I am carefully observing the pits.
So Perth has got past Brioche and is now right up on Axel Johnson or Johannesson. And that is putting them into another one of these little free packs where Herf is getting stuck right in the middle of this.
In the battle of not being last, Turbo Tondi is being caught by Solberg, who is actually a pit stop ahead of him. And they're both behind Jack Harvey, who has done 3 pit stops. So I said it before and I'll say it again, it's not their race. As Brioche pits.
Side by side for Solberg and Mpamwashi. I believe that is the correct pronunciation.
I don't know.
It's hard for me to get it out quickly, but I believe I'm correct there. And so Solberg has just pulled ahead. Good to say Solberg pulling ahead. Been watching the rally recently and been seeing a lot of Solberg pulling ahead. So that's been fun.
Watching Oliver Solberg is great.
Oh, he's so aggro, isn't he? It's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's like, what, 20?
He's like 12 years old, mate. He's a child.
And he's just kicking ass, taking names. Gonna be great to watch in the future.
Yeah. As soon as he gets a little bit of the over-aggro out of his driving, he's going to be fantastic.
Though I think the first stint has been deliberately short by everyone because they're all going further than they did on the first stint.
That's a replay we've just watched there of a nice clean move by Kirk Herf, who's dived himself ahead of the number 24 Aston Martin of Axel Johansson. So Herf really pulling his team up the order there. No battles super closely right now, as we still have a few more drivers to go. We have the Yeti Sim Sport car, which is now driven by Marius Mells in the 111.
Yeah.
Taking over from David Jessett. And they are now in the lead of those who have pit for that extra time.
All right, here comes Long. He's in the pits, the first of the front runners.
Adam Long in the BDFM, which is very close to something that we do not want to be talking about. In the 35, he is just, yeah, pit. And this is going to be interesting. Will it kick off any pits in the front? Obviously, there's less of that sort of thing in an endurance race, but...
I mean, they're supposed to be pitting anyway.
There's Luca Renner coming in.
After 29 laps.
So where is Long going to come out? He's come out just behind the 405 and the number 7 of Steve Hughes, so he has come out in 8th position. Luca Renner then is going to be looking closer to perhaps 10th or 11th.
Yeah, definitely.
11th position by Kirk Herf, who we've seen really pulling himself up the order in recent times, setting some great laps.
Renner, nope, there comes Renner. He's been stuck there for a long time.
Yep, and he's just going to be taken out into 11th place, although he won't have to worry about losing another place because just behind that, position 12, Axel Johansson is in the pits. So Steve Hughes is now caught up behind Kevin Braun. And is
knocking at the door, so to say.
Yep, absolutely looking for that position.
But he does like that bit of extra to actually get past him. Alright, number 24 is in the pits, number 27 is in the pits.
And 405 and 7, the cars we were just watching, are both diving into the pits together.
Yeah, that was a great pit.
Steve Hughes, a little bit slow there on the entry, but has been known to be really efficient at the pit stop, so we will see how this ends up taking him.
Yeah.
Diego Alves right behind Kevin Tan. These two are still fighting. Also, we have Marius Mells.
We should be out of the pits by now.
Yeah. Not sure if this is actually showing the correct position where he is, but he's right by the Shadow McLaren and just behind the 420 Aston Martin, who is a lap ahead of him. That's Saidi still driving that. Yep, Maximilian Ruff. So that is He's just been taken by Marius Mells just before we got to them, and these two are now sort of stuck behind Alvarado, but Alvarado's team, sorry, it's Saidi driving that right now. So we hop to see who's coming out. Braun has kept his position ahead of Hughes, and Miles has got out a good job ahead of them as well in that Tron car.
Alice is in.
Also, Adam Rayner is bringing the JJ Motorsport Bentley out of its pit stop now.
Should be Martinez coming in now then. We'll see. We'll see. Turbo Chandy is out of his... I thought he was out of his car, but that used to be... No, that's... I'm confused. I thought they were driving a Bentley before, but... You know, I don't know. Okay, Landry is in the pits.
That is our leader, Mark Anthony Landry.
Yep, coming in at lap 32 of his second stint. So I'm assuming he's getting out now. Shane Thomas is coming in as well, right behind him.
Yep, Shane Thomas we know is getting out, and Landry's been in right from the start, so he will almost definitely be getting out.
And behind them, and I'm not sure if he's coming in, Saidi is on lap 36 of his stint.
Really pushing it long for...
he got there. All top three are in.
Lovely.
And Renner has given room for Lurker.
Project D team from New World Racing with Ferris Saidi, Nicholas Alvarado and Max Diggs are going to be coming in. One of the multiple New World Racing teams we have competing today.
Let's see who is in the car instead of Landry.
Christopher Chow, it seems to say.
It doesn't say in my case, but then again, that is the game.
It doesn't say on the timing tower, but when I select him in the bottom right, it says Christian Chow.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Christopher Chow. There we go, and now it is updated on the timing tower. So here is the new leader of the race.
I don't think he's leading the race, is he? Or maybe he's actually is.
I think he is, yeah, because he's crossed the timing beam already. Because Shane Thomas...
No, sorry. P21, P23, Ainsbury is off. Massive sand trap time.
Alright, let's have a look back on this one.
Already last, but that didn't help him.
Oh, looks like it was just going a bit too hard into this corner. Yeah, it's the same thing that we saw the McLarens doing near the beginning of the race, just getting a bit of the tail end out there and correcting too hard.
So yeah, that's a way of doing it, pretty much. But they were already last.
Sure, so we're now having a look at Marius Meltz and Mike Jackson, who are getting close. This is the fight for P6. And coming to the end of a pit stop period, as you can see, almost all of our cars have pit now. This is going to start getting interesting because, again, a lot of cars this time changing drivers. You can see Christopher Chow in for our leading team, Dan Terry in for Shane Thomas in that team, Epic Launcher in for the number 35. Lots of changes, and we don't know how the pace is going to set out now. Some of the cars that are further behind are going to start pulling through the order and gaining some places, whereas some of the front runners are going to have used all of their fastest drivers and be a little bit slower, as it looks like going for a dive there is Marius Mells.
Well, at least we still have Saidi.
Yeah, fantastic clean move there from Marius Mells. Good job. Done it fully in stow, didn't even need Vale to finish that off, and is now going to start pulling ahead in the 111 Yeti Simsport Aston Martin. Looks like Mihai is looking to make a move as well. He's in the 52 Hot Buns Racing McLaren, and he's coming up just behind the number 7, who Steve Hughes has hopped out of and given to Nectaria Courtillard. Courtillard? It's a name I haven't said before, but Courtillard seems good.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that either, actually.
Courtillard. It's kind of like Thibaut Courtois. It's a little less of the French tick at the end. Courtillard.
I don't know.
That's what I'm going with.
I do know. I'm gonna take a small break because I've been sitting on this chair for 2 hours, so I'll be back in 5.
Absolutely. Feel free. Take as long as break as you need, and we are going to sit with what action we do have going on. There's still some decent amount of cars that are reasonably close, and as I said, that action is only likely to hot up in the near future as more of these driver changes start to take effect. We have only seen one driver at the wheel of that 711 Bentley so far, so we have absolutely no idea how fast the rest of his team are. Dan Terry is not a slow driver. He's a strong contender in our silver split, but he is nowhere near the pace of the 2 Yaband drivers that he had in the car before him. And so we could easily see some of these guys just slowly dipping down on the pace and getting taken by some of the drivers behind them. People like Saidi, who we know is incredibly fast. Marius Mells, who's been putting in a great stint so far. Mihai has been also putting in a fantastic stint overall. Pulling right up to the back of Courtillard. We also have James Ronan, who I believe is new in the car in the Team Parker Racing Bentley, who is chasing down Andrew Hearn for 12th place here. Also, about right at the back, we have Jules Solberg, who is right now about to start a fight with Adam Rayner, 2 Bentleys, going through Stowe. These two having a little play further down the field. A defensive line taken by Adam Rayner is going to put him in the best position to take Vale, and Solberg is going to back out of that. Side by side, though, down the Hamilton straight, and he's actually just going to take it. He got a way better exit out of Vale there, and he's just soared past him on the... I was looking at the broadcast tool there. I thought that fight was over, but Solberg, keeping up to his name, full aggro, just roars past Adam Raynor into the middle section of the track. I apologise for anyone who doesn't like the sound of McLaren, but I seem to be only going on board with McLarens recently. You know, I'll try to get a bit more variety as we see a full spin around there from Mihai. Gonna have to watch that back, I'm sorry, my friend, from an outside camera. And it's the same thing we've seen from so many McLarens, as they just lose the grip, and a slight overcorrection sends them spinning around. So Jack Harvey is in the 829, which is still on a different pit strategy to everyone else. Not sure if their first tire change was accidental when they came in for damage, and they're going to be still doing as many pit stops because they've got a long time left to make it in just 2. Although they probably can. We'll have to see. Might need an extra splash and dash at the end. But they won't have to change tyres in that splash and dash like anyone else doing it will have to, because they will have already completed all of their stops. Jack Harvey, though, we expect to be the fastest driver out of this team. He's a really fast guy. And you can see that already as he's pushing the number 10 for 16th place. Obviously, technically fighting for position, although he is having already pit. It's unlikely to be actual position. You could see how much faster he was through Maggots and Beckett's. He's going to want to get rid of some of these further back drivers as soon as possible so that he can start trying to make a way up the field, setting as fast lap times as possible so that when other people pit, they will come back onto the same sort of time as him.
I'm just going to say hi, by the way.
Hi, by the way. Mihai has caught up with Van Hoek now after his spin. So now looking to take back 10th place.
Cool.
So these are our two main bits of combat happening right now. Mihai falling a little bit back there. But Jack Harvey still trying to keep it close. We also have Carlo Vittori.
That's a good name.
Strong name, who is chasing down the, in the 62 Bentley, he's chasing down the 68 Bentley of James Ronan. And is unfortunately being lapped by Saidi. Jack Harvey being much more careful now through Maggots and Beckett's that he knows he's faster within a few laps. Hopefully he'll have got this right, and he may have already got it right because he's getting a real nice run up behind this McLaren already, pulling to the side and right past ahead before even Stowe. So fantastic, showing the speed there that Jack Harvey has and how he's going to begin to carve his way up the order.
So just change the steward sheet and the pitting sheet, and the race has definitely calmed down. It's nothing's happening, except for number 52 being sideways. I just got ahead of myself here. Heiner Rescue went very much off road.
All right, well,
a replay there.
Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, spectator curse, indeed, drone.
So coming through Maggots and Beckett's, it looks like it just takes a lot of the ground there. Oh, and then hits a bump in the grass, being really aggressive on those curbs. And that is not as flat as the pavement is, sir.
No, definitely not.
Catches it up pretty reasonably, though. Is out on that tarmac out beyond the grass, which is a great feature of a racetrack. I feel like more tracks should have that. It sort of gives you a bit of the best of both worlds. You don't have to have as strict track limits because you go out onto the grass. You can see from Mihai what can happen, but you do still have the tarmac out further on for safety. Well, the 27 as well has just made a bit of an incident, unfortunately. We'll have a really quick look at that one.
Let's see, where is 27? Yeah, it's Amesbury again.
Yeah, he just had a bit of a spin round in the middle of the road, unfortunately, but manages to get out without causing any danger to the cars around him.
But you know what? Even though they're last, even though it's not going well, they're trying. Bless their hearts, they're trying.
Absolutely. There's still plenty of opportunity for people in front to have big issues and end up further behind. And it's also just a nice experience doing these sort of longer team events. Bit of camaraderie, a lot of persistence, and it feels like a big achievement when you finish, no matter where you place often.
Indeed. Even though I've never actually tried to finish one of these.
I've never done one this long.
Oh, that's good. I mean, if you think your legs are asleep while commentating, try racing them.
Yeah, especially if you're doing some NASCAR with a constant partial throttle. That I cannot imagine doing 4 hours of Daytona in a NASCAR. Just
that's
absolutely
true.
wreck your legs.
I mean, I've done 80 minutes on Iowa in trucks, and I was ready to go to bed after that.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Saidi putting some laps on some cars, trying to keep himself in the fight. He's got a way to go until he gets to Daniel Terry, but he is a very fast driver, and Daniel Terry is one of our silver guys, so he definitely could start making this gap collapse.
The thing is, you can only race, 250 minutes, right? That's 3 hours. And let me just double check some math here. Sadie has been in the car for an hour and a half now. So, I mean, at some point they'll run out of time.
Sometimes they will run out of time, but that's a little bit more than 3 hours.
It is, but I mean, they got other fast guys, and at some point they'll have to swap them in.
Sometimes they will definitely be swapping. They also obviously have Nicholas Alvarado, who started the stint, and then Max Diggs. So none of these guys are slowpokes in that team. It's a pretty solid team overall. Here's another new driver as well. Fred, who, I mean, I'm sorry, Fred is too much of a normal first name for that list. I need to make it more European. So Fredrik Olsen Forsberg. Great name there, like a real gentleman driver's name. In the 24.
You heard a Swedish guy sound Spanish.
In the UNV Racing number 24 Aston Martin is right up. Ooh, big wide there. I do that all the time. That corner is a nightmare. But right behind James Ronan in the number 68 Bentley. Ooh, another big wide one there from Forsberg.
Yeah, he's having a bit too much oomph.
Clearly, just getting in the car is starting to still get to grips with the limits, but the fact that he's keeping up with some of the cars ahead of him while making these pretty consistent mistakes right now shows that when he's ironed that out and he's got more into the groove, he's going to be pulling up the order.
Indeed. I mean, he's had 10 laps now. He should be at least be... Well, the tires should be warm by now, right?
Yeah.
I want to take a moment to talk about P12 right now. Andrew Hearn and Andy Forbes, who are apparently doing 1 hour and going back and 1 hour and swapping again. They're gonna have a long afternoon.
Yeah, one of our two-man teams. There's a surprising amount of them doing the 6 hour. It's an interesting one as well, doing 1 hour and then gap, and then 1 hour and then a gap, and then 1 hour and then a gap. I don't know how you feel like that, but I think if we were doing a long race like this, I'd prefer to maybe do bigger stints. I'm interested if anyone is doing a 3 hour and 3 hour, because I think personally 3 hour is sort of the limit of where you can comfortably.
Yeah, recently, yeah.
Yeah, do.
I'm actually gonna check if anyone is trying it.
It would be interesting to see. I'm trying to think if any names have stayed up the whole race, and I don't think so.
No, don't worry. I have something called statistics.
Nice.
So if you just
Solcram's been out there a while.
Give you an answer. And the answer is no. No one is trying it.
Okay, yeah, Solkron is with Braun, and we have seen Braun as well.
Yeah.
All of these pairs of two, we have seen both. But some of them definitely looked like they were doing like 2 hour stint, a 2 hour stint, a 1 hour stint, a 1 hour stint sort of thing. So there are some differing strategies going on, and obviously we have a few teams of 3 and even 4 drivers.
That's true. And they have a bit of an easier time, you know.
Yeah, there's obviously downsides to each. It's a bit harder finding 4 fast drivers, but also each driver is going to be more awake and more prepared for their stints.
Obviously. I mean, unless you're Dan Terry, who was yawning while in the commentator booth. That ain't gonna help you.
That's fine. I'm sure he'll wake up as soon as he gets behind the wheel. For all his worries,
because he's been on track for a while now.
Yeah, for all of his worries of falling back through the field, he's kept up a decent pace, and he's kept up there at the front. Lap slightly faster than last lap than Christopher Chow. Obviously, the exact lap times, a lot of that can come down to traffic management, and they are quite far away. So these sort of small lap time differences probably won't lead to anything, although he is slowly catching Christopher Chow, it seems.
Slowly.
Saidi behind is Saidi's and Marius Meld, I should shout out. These are the 2 fastest drivers right now in our top 10, along with Horace Solchrome. So these guys are really going to be pulling, the ones we're looking for to pull their way up the order soon.
We're gonna say hi to Guilo, one of our regular viewers at least.
Yeah. How are you doing, my man? It's good to see you. Thank you everyone as well who is watching. We've got a nice little amount of viewers hanging out with us for this great event.
I need a nap. I realized.
Actually has just taken Ronan as well, so I'm going to try and see if I can catch a replay on that one. Here he is just behind the Bentley. Fred Olsen Forsberg is first time in the car, just behind James Ronan as they're coming up towards Stowe. And is he just going to get... Oh, so the Bentley went on a big drift. That was impressive. He caught it as well at the end of that. That was a nice one. A big swing. And that has put the Aston just ahead of him.
Old Tokyo.
Yeah. Trying out for a part there in the next Fast and Furious, clearly.
Not enough explosions.
Yeah.
But we are, I mean, we're not halfway, but we're 2/3 of the way at least, and actually we're like 40% in, and there's still 4 guys within 1 minute.
Yeah, we still got a few guys who are just within seconds of each other, which is really nice to see as well. And as we said, with a ton of new drivers getting in, we're seeing some people with much differing paces pulling up to each other.
Your website, yeah, there is.
There is a website.
But what's the link?
The website isn't hugely full of information, I believe. It's mainly used for our store, which you can check out. There should be a link to that, but I don't know if there is a link to that.
I mean, let's just give you a... yeah, I was about to type that actually.
Yeah.
A Discord link, because it's mostly a Discord thing.
Yes, Discord is definitely the place where most of us are at. If you want to join in on any of these races in the future, the Discord is where to be.
It's where all the cool kids hang.
Yeah. Obviously, a bit late right now to sign up for the current championship series, but if you get in, we have some community races that go on in the weekends. We can get you onto our fantastic platform, simracing.gp, which we run most of our races on. And then
So, Rob, yeah.
you can sign up.
Sorry.
Also, yeah, you can sign up as a reserve for our main championship series, which will be starting next week. So if you do hit follow, like we have just had from JT, thank you very much, you will be able to see Friday, Saturday, and Sunday every weekend for the next 5 weeks. We will be having the championship series running with bronze, silver, and gold splits. Along with our GT4 championship, which is going to be open to everyone to join. So if you are not able to be in there, you might still be able to hop in for some GT4 action.
Yeah, I was still taking sign up for the GT4s actually, because I might join.
Yeah, you should. I believe so. I think it's just going to be a regular SGP race every season, I believe. I'm not entirely sure on the specifics of how it's going to work, but it is just going to be open. And I'm pretty sure it's just going to be hop in if ever you can sort of thing. And that's going to be the support race for our main our gold split top drivers. So it will be streamed on Sunday every week.
Oh yeah. Nah, I gotta be honest, I haven't actually really driven anything for the past month. Been too busy with everything else. I haven't had the feeling, but maybe I'll show up again.
Yeah, the GT4s are a great way to hop in without having to put too much consistent work into it. I also haven't been doing a ton, but I'm going to have to be hopping in for some practice for Zandvoort, which is the first race of our championship series this time.
I don't like Zandvoort.
Neither do I. So not a great start, but if you want to see me and Lars not liking Zandvoort, Friday Lars will be commentating me driving badly around Zandvoort.
I'll be commentating you, probably, I think.
Yep, so I don't get to... Actually... Well, no, I can't be bothered to remember who's exactly doing what, but I believe Paul Glover, if he is doing anything, will be doing stuff with you, so I might still be able to bully him with my team names, but I'm going to have to think of...
because we're going to be 3 people on Fridays,
and
I think I'm just supposed to be broadcasting, and the rest of the guys is going to be all the talking,
Nice.
I don't know, actually. We can talk about it. I did some great commentary for Saturdays last season. Where else would you get all this knowledge about Pokemon from, if not doing an ACCSS race?
Yeah, that's definitely the strat.
I had a blast with Julian, though. Really did.
So we unfortunately don't have anyone close on the track yet, although Saidi is pulling in the time on Dan Terry a bit.
And Hurki is not that far off Kotayar, I think. But still a few seconds.
Yeah, there's a few people who are starting to make it close, but we're in a bit of a lull between people changing drivers and those driver changes quite having an effect yet.
So I'm gonna go talk about something that's not this race, because we're gonna do something for a while. Last week I watched the Daytona Road Course NASCAR event.
Okay.
That was crazy. That was 4 hours of people driving 2-ton cars like they were touring cars. Actually pretty good. And I can imagine that's gonna take some physique too. Some endurance.
Yeah, I haven't watched... I don't really watch NASCAR much at all, but
It's fair.
I'm definitely interested in their road course things. There's a streamer I watch who is planning to watch an old NASCAR race from the early 90s where they actually did a race at Suzuka once.
Yeah, they did 2 races at Suzuka in the mid-90s, I think.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Yeah, cars can turn right on a good day,
Yeah. The only problem with the Daytona NASCARs is they have that awful last chicane, which I hate.
I mean, I think the whole Daytona road course is awful, but
I love Daytona. Best road course. Best road course. Unfortunately, we have no chance of getting it in this game because the only roval that they run at in the American GT Series is Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Which I think there was another one, but it's like Atlanta or something. It's one of the smaller ones.
But I mean, in general, this NASCAR season is just crazy because they're gonna race on dirt again.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, they haven't done that in 50 years, and now they're gonna take 800 horsepower cars and put them on dirt. That's gonna be a blast. Anyway, Adam Rayner has not crashed a car.
Nice. Good job.
Yeah, that's
Adam Rayner, part of JJ Motorsport. Julian Strasser started that car. Jose Martinez is the last driver to come, so he's going to come out near the end and try and pull those guys up the order a little bit.
I just realized JJM. That's my team, but with a different letter. It used to be, and their Adam Rayner crashed. Anyway, it started as JJL. With, me being L.
And wasn't it James Stocky the other J?
Yeah.
So now it's JJM for, I guess, Julian and Jose.
Yeah, and I don't know who the M is.
Maybe that's just become motorsport.
Nah, I don't get it actually. Why is it JJ? JJ Motorsport, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Thank you for following, Bud. I'm glad people are enjoying this, even though we're at a slow point in the race so far.
You say Bud?
Bud. Duh.
Oh.
Duh, duh, duh. Not
okay.
T.
Yeah.
I didn't just insult a viewer.
No, I mean, fine. I'm gonna go check what's happening in the other race. Nothing. It's the same situation. It's the same two cars that have been leading for the past 2 hours. 714 driven by Nathan Wills and Torsten Jatke in the 33 car, along with Arnold Storms.
We are starting to get close to having something, though. As we were saying, we were in that little spot between the new drivers coming in and the new drivers starting to make a difference, and it looks like Christopher Chow has made some sort of mistake because his last lap was a 2:06, which is many seconds off the pace. So he's clearly had a little bit of a half spin or something there, and that has put Dan Terry right back on his tail.
Are you sure we don't have a replay on that?
No. I have no idea when that happened within the last lap. And that will be many minutes ago.
Well, I actually don't know if I can check it.
Dan Terry right behind Christopher Chow now, following him into Vale. And Saidi is also pulling up as well. You can sort of see him in the background. If we look back from the wing, that is Saidi, who he said was probably the fastest out of these top three guys as it stands right now. And he is pulling up on them. Looking at the timing sheet as well, we can see faster lap times for a few of the guys. Further down the field, Marius Mells, Mike Jackson and Horace Solchrome in 5th, 6th and 7th, setting faster lap times than most of the top guys. So they will start pulling towards them, although they have a little while to do so yet.
I just did some research here when Kyle made a mistake. The whole intersection thing with the hairpin to the left, right?
Yep.
He understeered coming out of the fast corner.
And went wide onto the grass, going down Hanger Straight.
Like that, yeah.
Into that grass that we just seeing Forsberg going past. That makes sense. And that has put him dangerously in the grips of Terry, and Saidi is within a second of these guys now as well. So our whole podium there coming through the corner together. 711 Bentley, the 240 Aston Martin and the 420 Aston Martin.
Saidi is...
Yeah, Saidi's really pulling up behind Dan, and he's going to start pressuring him. Saidi, fastest of them all, is going to make a move. Dan Terry going for the outside, and now Saidi is blocked from further pushing by the Bentley really close. Yeah, and he's just going on the brakes, trying to get both of them in two corners. The Bentley is still on the inside, but a little wiggle there from Saidi, but he has managed it. And now the Bentley is slow. The Bentley has been slowed by this whole situation, and that has put Dan Terry into the opportunity of making a move. He's going to go on the inside of Christopher Chow through here. Chow giving him a nice amount of room, and in doing so, taking a little bit of a slower line and getting put back.
But what a move by Saidi.
Absolutely. And that has given us two position changes immediately, and now we're going to see Saidi taking the lead for Project D, and they're going to start pulling ahead. New World Racing guys, American guys, good to see some of our American guys in there. If you are watching and want to hit that exclamation mark sign up, but you are on American times,
I'm allowing that message.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm with you on that one. If you are in American times, you want to do some American races and you can't turn up for the Champion Series, New World Racing is the place to go. If you do exclamation mark sign up into our Discord, we have a link for America's drivers there to get you into those guys' group. So Saidi now leads the race. Dan Terry in second and Christopher Chow in third position in that Bentley. So Dan Terry, we know, is giving up for a faster driver before the end, because he will be coming back in here. Christopher Chow has a teammate who hasn't driven yet, so we'll probably be going back to him, but we don't know how fast that guy is. And then Saidi still has Max Diggs to give the car to.
Yeah, so I mean, gotta say that the 420 car looks pretty good.
It is looking strong for sure. Max Diggs is going to have to hold off what I'd say is likely Ashley Bloomfield in the last part of this race. But if he can do that, could be a strong win. And Saidi right now has the opportunity to give Max as much breathing room as possible. He's got to use those faster lap times he's been having to pull away from the two drivers behind him and give them room. We've also got a few more battles across the field coming up now, as we have Van Hock in the 28 Scuderia Farmers Defence Force McLaren chasing down Courtier in the 2Cs Motorsport number 7. This is the team of Steve Hughes.
And Powell has just simply not been able to even hold on to Terry.
Yep, so those three swapping positions as they with their differing paces compared to the other drivers in their team. And that's one of the beauties of this sort of team endurance events, is you do get those happening. As it looked like a move being made there from Van Hoek in the distance, but he hasn't managed anything. He's right behind Courtier here. Real close into there as well, having to brake a little bit extra to not hit into the back of him, and that's gonna put him a little bit behind going into the mid sector, as we see the Aston Martin behind them just going a bit wide. We also have Forsberg, who is very close to number 62 Bentley of Vittori ahead of him.
Yeah.
Holy, those Aston brakes going a little bit hard in there.
It's enough to give you brown pants.
Yeah, managed to survive that, but is going to have to make up some of that distance again.
Looking up front, Lurker is having not a good day, actually. He's going hard to keep Mills behind him, but, I mean, he just makes more mistakes then.
Yeah, so here it is. Maris Mells, who is the first of these drivers up front who have been swapped in by their teams and have been going a lot faster than the guys in front of them. Mells, apart from Saidi, he is the furthest forward driver who is consistently in the 59s. Mike Jackson, who's behind him, the other driver who's doing that, who will also be coming up to these other cars in a moment, as Mells easily dispatches of Epic Lurker. So Mells is another one. By the end of this stint, we could easily see people like Mells and Jackson starting to come onto the back of Christopher Chow and Daniel Terry.
Well, at this rate, yeah. That said, Mill and Lurker have had longer stints than the others.
True.
Mill is in fact on lap 25. But I mean, we'll see what happens. We're approaching the halfway mark after all.
Portier is now right behind the 69 of Maximilian Roth. With the 27 driven by Ainsbury right now, the Aston Martin just behind him, who is a lap down. Ooh, goes for the move, and that is a brave move and a strong move, and he gets right down on the inside, nice and early, comes into the last corner and is going to take that position. And there we see Maximilian Roth diving into the pits.
See what happens then. Yeah, just looking here, it's actually a pretty early pit stop for him. Having only been out for 22 laps.
Why only 3 rounds of cars? This is a British-only event. They were allowed to pick any of the British cars for a British track for a big endurance race. And they obviously have all chose to just go with the 3 best ones.
Some reason.
Yeah, it being a rookie race at Silverstone anyway, the Aston and the McLaren were already pretty likely to appear a lot. No one, unfortunately, going with the old cars or with the Jaguar.
Although, if I'm not too wrong, you could argue that the Jaguar isn't actually British.
Hmm. Because it's Emil Frey rather than Jaguar?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to be technical enough about it, none of these brands are actually British anymore.
No,
McLaren might be.
Ish.
They sort of are. No, they're mostly run by Americans. They're kind of British, maybe. So maybe one of them is.
Of course, yeah, I mean... Then again, I mean, their factories are still in Britain after all.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I think it's more than you can say for Emil Frey, and I'm just checking now. Yeah, they're not British. They don't even have a factory in Britain.
No.
Safenville in the Aargau canton in Switzerland.
Olsen Forsberg now right up behind Vittori. Vittori in the 62 Bentley just ahead. Going really defensive here. The Aston Martin has a bit more pull if he gets to higher speeds on the straight. So he's going to go for the better braking. Hasn't managed it, but has gone for the switchback, and a fantastic move there. Just slots himself into the gap as the Bentley goes just a little bit deeper. Fantastic move, and he has now put himself up into 12th position.
Got Soltrom already in P7 because he just went past Lurker, but that's still an unsettled matter.
So there's Solkrum with Lurker coming up right behind him. If we can hop back into a replay and see that happening. Lurker slowly falling down the field as the faster drivers that have been put into these other teams have got their side by side quite a while through there, but the better line for the McLaren, who is in there before the left-hander. It's a good run. Doesn't come out to the edge as much as he could do.
No, but I mean, good safe drive. So,
yep. Good luck. This means now Mel Jackson and Solchrome, who are the faster guys right now in the top 10, are all pulling up to our podium guys. And these are actually the podium for Am as well.
Gigantic Sausage Motorsport. That's quite a name.
Absolutely. Sister organisation to Project D, clearly.
Obviously. Ooh. Ronan in P18 is catching up now because Lee and their number 100 Bentley made a mistake.
So these
Actually,
guys
already got them.
Yeah, these guys are side by side. And Ronan just having a much nicer line through there.
Yeah, Lee made a mistake coming out of Beckett's, and that just ends it.
Yeah.
As we're on the track, number 888, Griffel is in the pits. Looks pretty scheduled, so...
So that is either going to be another run for Griffel, or Silverstone is going to come in. I assume Griffel will probably go out for another one. As we start to get to another lull in the action, I want to thank everyone again for being here. Exclamation mark timings to see our timing partner pitwall.live. If you want to keep track of either of our races tonight, this is the first server 1, and then there's obviously server 2 as well with extra drivers. Exclamation mark sign up if you want to come and join us in any of our future exploits. We will be having the next team endurance race officially announced after this one finishes.
And we're also taking questions today because, yeah,
if you do have any questions for Armin, we'll have some time between people really pushing. Vittori and Forsberg are our closest pair on the track, but Forsberg having got past Vittori already, it's unlikely that we'll see a move here. Jack Harvey is pulling up the back of those two, so he's going to meet them and start pressuring them soon.
And the rescue is heading.
Yeah, Mihai going in.
Yeah. On lap 25 of his stint already, actually. He might be swapping up then. rescue car now is on the move again, but who's in it?
Oh, and they've got a drive-through.
Oh, yeah, they'll have to go back. Hey, so how you do a top 10?
So, Hot Buns Racing.
Oh,
that's not a good way to start your stint either.
No, that's actually the worst way to start the stint.
A drive-through and a trip into the wall.
Face first even.
And luckily they're coming right up to a straight, so we're going to get to see. Doesn't surprisingly look like their wheel is too bent, but he is wiggling it quite a lot and staying reasonably straight, so that's not a good look for them.
I think they're coming back in now.
And with the drive-through as well, they'll have to do the drive-through separately to coming in if they do want to come in for some replacement. It is Jack Winter hopped into the car now instead of Mihai. Good evening, Paul.
They're Paul in the chat.
Or afternoon is probably more accurate, yeah.
Oh, hey, it's Paul, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul.
You now also have Joshua Tan in for Kievan Tan, who is in the number 250 in 19th. Yeah, he's following the 100 of Natalie Lee. This is for position. Tori also, we should point out, talked about him not likely making the overtake, but he has managed to keep real close to Forsberg. So even though Forsberg made the move and got past, there's just a little bit of counter going in there.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, he's not getting incredibly out-dragged or anything.
Alright, so Mills is in the pits now. After 30 laps.
Jack Winter coming in to serve his drive-through. Just drives past Mills, who's sitting there. So people starting to get down to only having 2 pit stops left now as we're coming down to the end of the second hour of this event.
Interestingly enough, even the 829, which was like 2 stops ahead of everyone else. Let's see if I can find them again.
Yep, they are in 13th position right now. Jack Harvey driving right now, trying to pull back some of that time. He's got right up to the back of that Vittori Forsberg fight that we have kept coming back to. And he's been consistently faster than these guys, so as Forsberg getting pressured a little bit by Vittori, he's going to join and make that even more complicated for them. Oh, and Tan's off.
Oh no. Yeah, I think I just saw him direction in my camera.
So where was he coming through? It's getting into Stowe. He was falling back a bit from Natalie, and then it looks like it's going to be one of those just... No, he held it pretty well in there. So is it going to be Vale? Oh yeah, really late bacon to Vale. Has to dive out the way of hitting the back of Natalie. Good job there, managing to avoid a collision. There's the straight Steve Hughes flying over the sausage curb.
Yeah. White clutch.
Yeah, and that's going to put some damage into his car now. Getting chased down by Jack Winter, who is a pit stop further than him and has also had to take that drive-through for the speeding in the pit lane.
Oh, we got a new name in the car. Jay Silverstone. In the number 888.
Yep, there we go. He has hopped in. You were suggesting about whether he would do that for Paul Graytrix, I believe, in Slowpoke Racing. He's hopped in for Keith Griffel. Keith Griffel was the one who just hopped out of that car for Silverstone, who is going to, as Lars said, take the lead of the 888 McLaren.
And Rainer's in the pits, which should mean that Jose Martinez is going to come in the epic battle for last place.
Yeah. Adam, having had his stint, Martinez hopping in for probably the next 2 hours, I'd assume, and then Julian likely taking on to the end, as he only did a shorter stint, I think. But
that sounds about right.
Yeah, we will see how that. Yes, Lover, thank you for the subscription. We do have Pro-Am and 2 servers. I believe the servers are also tiered.
Probably.
We have got a lot of the really fast drivers in here, so we're obviously checking out this one. But we do have, if you exclamation mark timings and see pitwall.live, and then on the left-hand side of that screen, you click on the different channels, you can see there is an ACCSS server 1 and server 2 for pitwall.live. So you can check out how the other server is going if you know anyone driving in there and want to see how they're doing. But a few people also starting to pull the racing together now.
Yeah,
Joshua Tan is back on the tail of Natalie Lee. Jack Winter also right behind them. Further up, Mel's Yakutia coming in. Mel's right on the back of Van Hook, who they both just made up a position from that pit. Mel's been one of these fast drivers who we're expecting to see pushing a little bit further for ACCSimSeries here.
Renner is in the pit already, actually. I think that's a bit weird. Because he was up in P4 at some point.
Yeah, Renner was quite far up there.
Yeah.
Perhaps they have had an issue because they are very much falling down the order. But our top 3 remains the same since we had that great double pass happen near the front.
I'm going to interrupt you. Jose Martinez has crashed the car on its first lap.
Oh, that's an unfortunate one.
Oh, I think it was crashed. I don't know, but it ain't good.
It looks like he went wide coming out of Aintree. He's another one to suffer from that.
Yeah.
And
Renner with the speeding, I think, in the pits.
Yeah, stop good. But yeah, nowhere, and he's just come out of the pits. So the third pit lane penalty that we have seen this race. Unfortunate for some of these guys, losing a lot of time through that. A load of people coming into the pits now, though. Vittori and Jack Harvey, along with Solchrome, who was up in 5th position and pulling down on some of our leaders. So these guys going to be a pit stop ahead of our leaders now.
Yeah.
So he might see them, they were gaining time already, so he may see them again pulling back a bit more time as we see Lurcher there coming in for a pit.
I'm just going to say Jack Harvey's coming out, and their team only has to do one more pit stop.
Yes.
So 2 90-minute stints, huh?
I'm not sure they'll manage that. But like we said,
Not in an Aston.
Yeah, they will be able to have a quicker last pit stop because they won't need to do the tyres, so they can just put in as much fuel as they need. But yeah, they're not in the greatest position after having to take that early pit stop due to damage from the crash on one of the first laps. Side by side now with the number 62, Bentley of Vittori, who's going to pull past him. And Tweedy back in the car after being there right at the beginning, and they're going to be side by side into Vale as well. So yeah, as I was saying, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Christopher Chow pitting, which he just done, and
that's good timing.
Coming out pretty close into some of the guys behind him, Mike Jackson and
something just got worse. Yeah, Lurker in P8 also speeding in the pits.
Oh, yeah. Another stop-go 30.
Yeah. Some people might be losing their concentration at this point.
Yep, Mike Jackson is actually coming into pit right behind Christopher Chow, so he won't have to worry about losing the position to him. Maris Mel's still coming through the middle section. So probably won't lose position to him either, but he's going to be a lot closer when he does come out. And Marius Mel's very fast driver might be putting down on him. Although Christopher Chow could always switch out to a different driver as well. We haven't seen their third driver. He's new to our series, so we don't know how fast he's going to be. He could come out absolutely swinging.
It's a possibility.
There he is, Victor Dominguez, the last driver for BJR ICA Quebec. He's going to be coming out, and so now we have a total other driver to see how they're going to perform. Marius Mel's just coming over the start line, so not far behind, and he's been one of the fastest guys on the track in recent times. So we'll see if he can catch up with this new driver for the 711 Bentley.
Now, I'm not going to say name a driver of the day per se, but I think Saidi is a good candidate for it because he's been in the car for over 2 hours now and he's just been tearing it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good performance from multiple of these drivers. It's been great to see the consistency. We've still got a load of people who are within reasonable amounts of time of each other. Forsberg here, right behind Tom Tweedy now. Vittori has pulled away from Tom a little bit. Forsberg and Vittori have been very consistently together through a lot of this. James Wood now pitting for their stop go 20, it seems.
They're starting to go 30.
Mel's is putting in some storming laps as well. He's up on his time right now by a good bit, it seems. Yeah, and he's just come over the line to set a 58.7, the fastest of this split. And really close to the fastest of the whole server, which it looks like was also set by his car. I'm not sure which driver, but a 158.3.
Yeah, there's definitely some people who has a race-winning speed if they can keep this up.
Yep. Yep.
We are only halfway, so...
Yep, we haven't seen Victor Dominguez's speed yet. He's obviously only just done his first lap, having left the pits. He's still a reasonable way down the road. He's just leaving Vale as Mel's is just starting the run down towards Vale. There are multiple back markers between them as well.
We will see. I mean, that Bentley has done a lot of work.
James Wood now we're having a look at. He's closing up to James Ronan.
Let's note there isn't a secondary stream for it, I'm afraid.
Nope. You can check out the live timing, exclamation mark timings, and then check the server list on the left for ACCSS2. But we do not have the manpower to stream both servers, unfortunately.
We barely have enough manpower to stream one race.
Exactly, yeah.
I've been sitting here for 3 hours.
These longer events, unfortunately, rarely get multiple streams of coverage. In fact, I don't think any races really do multiple streams on the same day. That would be cool if we could manage it, as we're seeing now a move actually that we weren't expecting to see be made. Because that's Martin Butterman behind, who's just dived in. Oh no, it isn't. That's actually one of the back markets. That's the Tron car. So he's actually been lapped, and that's really gonna mess with him because he was pulling right up into the back of James Ronan, but now he's losing time and he's about to be lapped by the leader, Saeed. And so Saeed's going to make him lose even more time. Yep, good luck, Loads. I hope your boys are doing well in the other server.
Yeah, good luck, lads, really.
Here is Jack Winter in the 52 Hot Buns Racing. They've been decently fast this race, but have had some missteps. Speak of the devil.
Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't beautiful.
Heart-stopping moment there for Jack Winter. More McLaren booty wiggling. Hot Buns Racing shaking their tail.
The Renner in the 69 McLaren has cleared their final mandatory stop. And they were P4 at some point, and now they're almost last.
Definitely suddenly had some issues, this team. Really
a
unfortunate.
lot of issues.
Yeah. And they're going to have to pit again, because they are not making almost 3 hours on one tank. Even the Bentley won't do that.
Even that now.
This is actually Grostamp side by side of Courtois, I believe. Courtois in the number 7, 2C's Motorsport just behind them, has just lost another position and is down to 8th. Top Groskamp making a nice run out of it.
Another good driver.
And look, judging by the time in his last lap, he's just come out as well in this car. Yeah, and unfortunately it looks like the 69 car who we just saw had cleared all their mandatory pit stops and had absolutely fallen down the order. They have retired their car, at least for now.
They had a really bad hour.
Yeah.
But I mean, easy come, easy go, something like that.
How are our leaders doing? Here is Saidi. He's
Still going fast.
just coming down the end of the Hamilton Straight, still setting in nice, consistent 2-minute laps out the front. Dan Terry is behind them. He's slowed down a little bit now that he doesn't quite have someone to race with. He's very much on his own, but doing decent times. Holding second place for his team with Victor Dominguez behind. Victor Dominguez, they were in the lead until Christopher Chow came in. Christopher Chow losing in that incredible battle between himself, Saidi, and Terry, the freeway madness. But since Victor Dominguez has got in the car, he started to set some decent times. His last lap was in the 59s. This lap a 2-minute flat. So hopefully we can see him pulling up onto the back of Daniel Terry as Daniel Terry is slowing down. We then have Marius Mells, who is really pushing. He's the fastest man on the track right now and is trying to catch up to Dominguez and Terry and start making a bit of a play of it. He is down coming out of Magnus Beckett's Chapel complex right now. We have Brendan McVeigh in. I believe this is the first time we've seen Brendan McVeigh in for the New World Sim Racing.
I mean, to be fair, he has also been racing in ACCSS.
Yeah. The first time this race we've seen him in.
Yeah, definitely first time. And I mean, he's been doing a good position to work with, so...
Yeah, absolutely. He's a fast guy. Another one of the New World Sim Racing guys. Obviously, for Team New World Sim Racing, even though there are a couple of their teams based of our American drivers.
Just here's some math for you.
Yep.
Saidi is on lap 80 or 70. He's on lap 70. There it is. I can't do a multiplication, you know. Lap 70 out of 94. Does that man ever get tired? And now Terry is in the pits.
Interesting.
It just goes on.
So that is Dan Terry coming in. We'll see if he's going for another run or if he's handing over to one of his teammates for the last stint. So this means Victor Dominguez will take back second place. And they've actually already pit one more time than the Team Terry, as it were, the ACCSS team. And so this is for position, that move right there. Dominguez now has set enough laps to have taken the position off of Dan Terry. And Shane Thomas is back in the car. So that position... Oh, as he cuts the grass over there, just getting his warm-up in there. That position might not last too long if Shane Thomas is on his pace. But right behind him is Marius Mells, who is no longer... Oh, actually ahead of him.
Yeah, it happened just by a bit.
Just jumped him as he crosses the timing time there. We've seen Marius Mells putting in excellent pace to now have taken the podium position of the overall race just ahead of Shane Thomas. And this guy's been super fast, so he's definitely going to start pulling down Dominguez. And Shane Thomas is going to have a job keeping up with him as well.
Quite. But more interesting for me is that if Dan Terry's out of the car, I might get relieved soon.
Absolutely.
Nah, don't mind me. I've just been sitting here for 3.5 hours.
Yeah, don't feel bad taking a break whenever you need one, buddy.
That's fine. It's fine. But I would like to see some more battles on the track.
Yes, that would definitely help. We have had a load of switches again, driver switches, which can lead to something a bit more interesting happening in the nearest future.
P13, Butterman is taking Ronan.
Oh yeah, that is true. And Butterman, that team, the number 10 McLaren, started right at the back after some issues early on and have been pulling their way through the field. So really nice to see this car. Let's have a look at a replay of that. Here Butterman is following the Bentley ahead of him. You can see the Bentley just gets a slow run in towards the middle section. Takes the inside in the first corner going up to loop. Then around the outside of that corner, and the Bentley has to give way, doesn't have the momentum, and also going into entry, you cannot go side by side at all. So Martin Butterman takes his team up into 12th position. They've been having a bit of a comeback run, these guys.
Ronan has just gone straight to the pits after that.
James Ronan.
Maybe out of shame. I don't know.
Into the pits in the 14. Perhaps out of shame. Perhaps getting ready for another run, or giving the car over to Smith, or perhaps back to Chum Chum. We will see.
Forsberg is approaching your beloved King Smeep car.
Yeah, these guys, this little section here, Vittori, Tweedy, and Forsberg have been having a nice little fight between them. Vittori has actually pulled really far away from those guys since then, but these two are still at it, staying together. The Tweedy car has pit one more time than everyone else. However, they pit early for damage, and so I don't believe you should actually really consider that as being a pit stop ahead.
Quite.
Because they are probably going to have to do at least a splash and dash. So they're a bit ahead, but not quite a whole pit stop. Similarly to the number 52 with Jack Winter in right now, who had a few issues, including a drive-through and a big crunch into the wall, which means that they're not quite actually a pit stop ahead, although the James Ronan car is coming out, and they might actually be the first driver to truly be only having one pit stop left.
Sounds about right, actually. Let me just verify that.
That would be 2 1 hour and 20
Yeah.
stops, which the Bentley, I believe, can do.
Yeah, they've had 28, 27, 22, and 17 laps on their stints so far.
Nice.
So, I mean, I think they're gearing up for 2 long final stints.
Yep, that's definitely possible. And
At least in
Cham
this
Cham
car.
back in the car. Very fast driver. Should be able to give them some good times going on towards the end.
We missed Saidi going to the pits and heading over the car to Dix.
So there we go. Mark Diggs is now the leader of the race. Project D managing to be far enough ahead to keep their position, it looks like, after pitting. They're doing really well, absolutely drawing away from the pack. You can see they're coming around the last corner right now with 711, the car that is in second position, just coming through the loop in the middle of the circuit.
Ollie Henley is in the chat.
And the official ACCSimSport account. I'm sure they're streaming their action as we have. If we look in our Discord in the I think the members content chat, there are a ton of people, different groups streaming this race. Forsberg and Tweedy closest on the track right now, apart from Andrew Hassan and Brian Cham Cham. Andrew Hassan, real old school member of ACCSS, been there from the start. Fast guy and is following down some of these boys.
Just checking some times here. I actually think the front has gotten closer. And your keyboard is still not muted. And that works.
So Hassan getting a little bit caught up in traffic there, wasn't able to catch up to Cham Cham, but having set some good laps, hopefully he can make a bit of an action there. Forsberg and Tweedy, still the closest guys on the track, constantly having this battle between them.
Forsberg probably catching him slightly. Looking at Mills, for some reason I think he got a blue flag. Or something, it looked weird.
Interesting. Mel's is pulling up behind Dominguez, so we should get to see some action with those guys hopefully soon.
Wait. Dominguez is in traffic after all.
Yeah, this little fight that we're watching right now is coming up on the back of Shane Thomas, who's trying to work his way through some traffic to try and keep up with Dominguez. It's really weird. Every time I switch to the Bentley indoor cam, and suddenly I'm on the wrong side of the car.
Yeah.
And I don't know where anything is.
You Brits and your weird cars.
I know. Damn race cars being on the other side. Confusing me.
Let's do an entire championship of right-hand drives.
Bentleys and Ginettas.
Yeah.
It could happen. That could happen. So Mel's getting so close. He's just being held up by the last few back markers, but as he's making his way past them, he is so close to challenging Dominguez for second place here.
But it is interesting that Ford is actually in the P10 now because they still forgot to press drive. Just start off your 6-hour race by losing 45 seconds. Casual.
Absolutely. So, really nice comeback drive from them as well, as you mentioned, the 66 McLaren.
This is catching up to Forsberg and Tweedy, so that means that this whole weird situation of being 1 second apart is gonna change soon.
Absolutely, Max Dig still out in the lead. Already past these guys, and quite a few more actually. There's a big open space on the track, but nowhere near our leaders. Only one car left between Marius Melds and Victor Dominguez. Everyone taking a lot of curve there as well.
Idea is it?
Another battle that has started to come up on the track is Justin Silverstone, who is that actually James Wood behind him? Yeah, so let's have a quick check of the replay to see if we can see what happened here. Justin Silverstone in the McLaren, just a big dive around the side. And the Aston cannot make advantage of the sloppy exit, as he has a sloppy exit as well, and those positions change around. Beautiful. Very dirty tyres there for that Aston Martin, as he's going to have to try and keep up with the McLaren as it pulls away from him. Oh!
Yeah, a bit of a moment. Alright, so Forsberg is on the tail of Tweedy now, but only because they've been squished so much by now.
Absolutely, behind the 101 Bentley, who is down in 20th place, and just behind them, it looks like the Jose Martinez car, 323 as well. And Marius Melds has managed to make it round the last of those back markers. So sitting on his bike.
We have a crash. Three-car incidents. Three-car incident. It's Forsberg.
Oh.
And it's Forsberg. It's Jose Martinez, and I think there might have been another one. We need a replay on that.
We are in the replay. Here's Forsberg coming behind Tom Tweedy into the loop, and it looked like it happened in the loop, so we're gonna see where it is there. Bang into the back of Tweedy, and then Jose Martinez in the Bentley taps into the back of him there. Not enough time to slow down.
Yeah.
So he's going to get to unlap himself for free, and the number 24 Aston Martin will be just ahead of Tweedy, but it looks like he has given the position back. Yes. Tweedy is now ahead again.
It's probably still going to get punished.
Absolutely, yeah. He probably will still, but it's still nice of him, sporting of him to give the position back.
Also, Saidi is in the chat.
Nice.
I'm for him to dap furiously.
So back on board with Marius Mells, fastest guy on the track in recent times. Brendan McVeigh and Shane Thomas trying to take that title from him. Tom Kotskamp as well, putting in some really nice recent times. But Mells is the one who is right now on the back of Victor Dominguez. These guys, the 711 Bentley was in the lead for a while. Put down to third for a while longer. They've got back up to second, but might be put down to third by a different car this time, as the 111 Aston Martin ACCSimSeries is reaching the peak of its performance right now.
It is peak fast.
Big speed.
Massive speed.
So right behind them, it looks like there is another fight. Andy Thorpe is catching down Vittori. There's two battles for us to keep an eye on here.
I will watch for it if you will watch Dominguez. Or something like that.
Absolutely.
And actually, Forsberg is ready to take on Tweedy again. Orbless. Shane Thomas passed. Which does cost him a second, though.
Shane Thomas now in the middle of that fight between the two of them there. Mel's sticking on the back there, but not taking the best line. Trying to stick his nose in a little bit too aggro there, perhaps. And not being as close as he could be to Dominguez as he comes down to the last corner. Oh, but Dominguez has gone wide, and actually Mel's cuts in real close there, side by side around the last corner. Hanging it around the outside here is incredibly hard, however. He's going to be just on the green stuff, and now he's really got to have the better momentum through here. Otherwise, he's going to have the outside for this really fast corner into Magnus and Beckett's.
Okay, nope. Dominguez lets it.
Yep, he's done it. Dominguez not feeling confident going side by side through there. A really tricky corner to come out of safely. And that means Marius Mells has pulled his team up into second place with that move.
Oh, yeah. Amateur split my behind. And the crowd goes wild, apparently.
And Shane Thomas as well. We just see him coming into the screen there. He's got one more back marker to pass, and then he's going to be up behind Victor Dominguez as well.
Yeah. And they're all going to be 40 seconds behind Diggs, though.
Yeah, Diggs still leading very well out in front. Got this race pretty well tied up.
Pretty much.
Brendan McVeigh also doing some really nice consistent laps in the number 187 car. He's a little bit further behind, so unlikely that he's really going to pull up that much. He's got 20 seconds to pull up, but this is, a long race still left, so there's plenty of time for that to happen. As Shane is getting his way past back marker. It's the 62 of Vittori, who is in 9th position.
Just looking at the last 4 guys, and they're just vibing, just going around in circles. So far, so good.
Absolutely. As we have pointed out before, we have 3 drivers who only have 1 pit stop to make, although only one of them is actually uncomplicatedly on their last pit stop, as long as they can make 2 nice long stints at the end. But 2 of those, and perhaps all 3, will have to be doing a splash and dash before the end. Everyone else still has 2 pit stops to make, and unless people have messed up their strategy a little bit, we're probably not going to see them making the last one until we're coming up close to the hour mark, possibly later. So we have quite a while, most likely, until we see any pits actually happening.
The longest stint of the front runners is Mills at 20 laps right now.
Yep, 20 laps, so he can still do a good bit more. But
He
we'll
can
be
still
one
do
of the
like
first we see coming
10, 11, 12, I think.
Yeah, we've seen a few people
He
into the 30
did
laps.
30 laps on his first stint. However, I will still say it looks very good for the 420 car, because Dix has done 9 laps. And well, it's easier to slice 2 hours into 3 stints, right?
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Forsberg, 5-second penalty there. He's picked
I'm
up.
afraid oh yeah, that was for
Probably
the
for tapping Tweedy.
the love tap in the loop.
Yep. Reasonable penalty, because it was a mistake. It wasn't anything outrageous.
Yeah.
It was just going in a bit too hard. So he's going to get a little bit of a slap on the wrist for that one.
Indeed, he will.
It's going to finally break up that fight that's been going for so long, as Thorpe is now catching back up to Vittori. They were split apart by being lapped, but they now have managed to fall together.
Yeah. And Paul Glover should be here now. I don't know if you want to say hi, but...
Yeah. We will have Paul Glover in very shortly to join us and give Lars Kastrup a bit of a break.
A long break, because I've been here for 4 hours, so...
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much, Lars, for coming over and chatting with us.
And thank you, Gareth, for staying with us.
Yeah,
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Paul. Thank you for relieving me. I'm gonna go.
Well,
hide.
hold on. Careful, using those kind of words.
Oh, buddy, I'm so relieved.
Already lowering the tone. I've only been here 5 seconds.
You're coming at a decent time, because Shane Thomas is getting to catching up with Victor Dominguez to take 3rd position, if he can.
Yeah, you've got Andy Thorpe all over the back of Carlo Vittori as well still at the moment.
Yep.
So a couple of close battles out on track.
Actually,
Well, it's good because it's
well.
a 6-hour race. It gives us something to talk about, right?
Yeah,
So,
we've had some quiet periods, but overall it's been really good to see how close people have managed to stay for most of this event.
yeah, that's I'm just going to turn my volumes down a little bit so I can hear a little bit better. Right, that helps. The in-game volume is a little bit on the loud side for me. So yeah. Silverstone's a lovely track for this kind of event, isn't it? Really?
Yes, absolutely perfect. It's got lots of nice overtaking opportunities all over it. Lots of tricky driving points to keep you awake.
So there's, I mean, the Andy Thorpe battle's just behind the Shane Thomas car at the moment. So they're obviously lapping some cars in the last few laps before I joined. Then I'd imagine.
Yep. There's been a bit of Shane Thomas working away. Thorpe and Vittori were very close, but then got pulled apart by getting lapped by these faster cars. There's now Shane's going for it. Look in there. Gonna still try and pull it in this tight line and get down to Vale, but he's now on the outside for Vale, so he's really gonna have to be closer than that to make a move happen.
Yeah, I just see it. I'm still on board with Thorpe. I can just see the battle on my screen. I'm watching your Discord stream as well. So
yeah.
But as I was watching Thorpe, one of the back markers kind of just got out of the way, but nearly had it been coming together. So how's it been back marker wise so far? Has everybody been respectful?
It's not been too bad from what I've seen. There hasn't been too many incidents, like actual crashes or anything from back markers. So
well,
it's been quite nice.
Because like, you know, it's a 6-hour event, so I guess people take a slightly different approach. Shane makes the move.
Yeah, right through the middle of the loop. So we can have a quick glance of a replay of that. That is not a place where you totally normally see moves made. More often you see moves made into here if you've got a really nice run into the corner before.
Yeah, and he's quite far back at this stage, isn't he, as well?
Yeah.
So maybe a mistake has been made.
Huge
got
gain
a better,
there.
Yeah, he's got better drive out of there, isn't he? And then managed to take the inside line. But to be honest, it doesn't look like much of a battle was put up.
Yep. Yeah, with the amount he made in that braking zone, he must have taken Victor by a little bit of surprise there. And then on the inside, Victor can't turn in and loses a load of momentum there. So Shane is going to hop forward and start on his chase of Marius.
T2, yeah. I mean, it's only 6 seconds gap, so it's definitely doable. I don't know if they'll be able to catch first, but
yeah, and Marius is really, really fast, so he's going to even have a trouble bringing that down, although Marius is the driver out of all of these guys who's been pitting slightly earlier, their team, so we might see him come in before anything happens there either way.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the last lap time for Max Diggs, it's a 2:05, and the last lap for Marius Meltz is a 1:59.8. So, I like Max. I don't know if he's got the outright pace of some of these guys, and obviously you're going to have a mix, aren't you, with faster drivers and slower drivers in these team events.
Yeah.
I saw what happened to Mr. Winter after their pit stop. That was most unfortunate. Yeah, a double whammy there, drive through and damage on board, which, but they're still in 15th and in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. It happens, and there is a lot more time for other people to make mistakes. We saw a whole selection of people at the same time getting drive-throughs and stop-goes, and that could easily happen again.
Yeah, definitely. It's the game's doesn't really give an inch.
Yeah.
On those mistakes.
And as we're seeing a few more people get down to only having one pit stop left, which means that people are really going to have to drag it out, and any mistakes, any big damage is going to cost you a lot if that forces you to do an extra pit stop than you were planning to do. So some of these guys are on sort of tenterhooks with weather strategies.
Is he bringing that gap down? I think it's still about the same.
Yeah, they did very close lap times on that. Only less than 100th in it on that lap.
Yeah. It's that's yeah. Hopefully they can they both keep up that pace, because if they both keep up that pace, they're gonna eat into the lead of the Max has got anyway. So they'll pull. Both of them will move forward towards first, but that's quite some gap there. 31 seconds.
Yeah, Max has been given a really nice setup by the drivers in his team, making a huge gap for him to hold, and he hasn't been setting bad lap times himself, so even though they're catching him by a little bit every lap, it's going to take a while.
Yeah, for sure. It will do. And I see that we've got drivers in 12th and 13th, have both got 5-second penalties. They're they're pretty close together right now on track, aren't they? So,
Yeah. They've got this little 3-man unit moving around here with Tom Tweedy leading them. These Tom Tweedy and Forsberg have been together on track for almost as long as I can remember in this race. They just absolutely stuck to each other. Butterman, this team had an incident right at the beginning of the race and has been working their way back, so they've been a nice comeback drive for them. Unfortunately, they've got that 5 seconds, but they've had a few warnings that, for being a bit too aggressive with their unlapping. So,
right, okay.
but they've been doing it really well. Like the lap times have been consistently with the top drivers. So
that's always the really difficult thing sometimes,
Yeah.
isn't it? The unlapping yourself. It's
yeah, when you're
because
clearly
you can-
faster, but you
but you don't. But you want the other driver to cotton onto that
Yeah.
you are much faster than them, and you're like, do they know that I am faster? You know, and that I have the pace to leave them right now, and I've had it myself where, you know, I've been lapped and I'm flashing the other guy in front and I'm getting frustrated because I'm like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
Like, just wake up and smell the coffee. So, yeah, it's I'm taking a bit of a break from racing at the moment. I felt that lockdown and everything else was getting a little bit on top of me, and it was reflecting in the way that I was driving. You know, not calm, cool, and collected like I normally would be. So
Yep.
I was losing my rag at any slight moment and calling people all names under the sun. So I've taken a step back from racing and just at the moment and doing a bit more of this kind of stuff behind the scenes. Oh,
Yeah, we've had
a spinner,
an
Charlie
incident
Martin.
there. Charlie Martin in the 101 Bentley. We're having a look at a replay now as he's coming down
Looks like
towards Magnus Beckett.
No one else is involved.
Oh, it looks like another grass boy, yeah.
Yeah, it takes too much of the curb.
He just keeps out of the wall though, so nothing too bad.
He's gonna have some flat spots on those tyres.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, like if you've got a direct drive. I mean, I've got a CSW 2.5, and the flat spots on that are pretty bad when you get them.
Yes.
I can only imagine what it's like if you've got a DD drive. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I don't want to upgrade.
Absolutely, yeah. I got a soft flat spot in my tyres before I get a bigger wheel.
Well, yeah. I mean, what was it? It was Kyle Army in season 3 where I flat spotted them on the formation lap. But what that actually allowed me to do was, I think I mentioned this before, where the tyres were nice and warm by the time the race started because I did that like, towards the end of the lap. So I made quite a few moves and was really aggressive with probably the best start of a race I've ever had. I was able to cope with the flat spots. So I wouldn't recommend it.
No, it's not a great strategy, but you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I kept it out of the wall just as Tweedy gets a little bit of a wobble on there, and he's feeling the pressure, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, he's already lost a place to Forsberg, and now Butterman is running him down, and he has been the one holding up this train until now. You can see how much Forsberg has already pulled away from them.
Yeah. So,
But,
the detail in this game, just how dirty the cars get.
yes.
You know, I mean, it's just the little details.
We don't normally get to see it at the end of our sprint races.
No,
but
we don't. No, you don't. And there are people out there that will tell you that ACC hasn't got this, it hasn't got that. But you know what? Because I was to concentrate on a series, it's just got the little details that set it apart from other sims for me.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important. You have to remember what ACC is all about. It's it is about this series, and now we've got the British tracks that basically came in, and and we're hoping for some American content or even some Asian content. It'll be amazing.
Yes, please.
I love the exhaust at night, the brake disc, the little things. The element of realism that we're always looking for, because that's what we want as sim racers, isn't it?
Absolutely, and with the sim landscape right now, it's quite good because there's a lot of sims that all do good in different areas and bad in others, and so there's always what you're looking for out there.
Exactly. But I read a discussion the other day, someone writing that force feedback in ACC isn't any good. And it's like, when I'm sitting there thinking, I think it's one of the best. So again, it's all down to how you interpret something or what what you're looking for. It doesn't mean that you're right or
there's a lot
wrong.
of preference in there as well, because there are people who will stand by. Like, iRacing has a load of people who love the force feedback in their game, but it also has a load of people who think it sucks. Like, no game, apart from maybe R Factor, no game has consistent love for its force feedback.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of iRacing personally. Not because of the force feedback. I just think it looks a little bit 1980s. That for me, that's not. It takes me away from that realism factor a little bit, and some people can see past that. And but I'm not a fan of the subscription model. That's just not something I'm interested in.
Absolutely.
So, but I don't sit there slagging it off because that's because people are entitled to like what they like, right? So, and that's the thing I don't like about the internet sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Let people have their opinion.
Yeah.
They're entitled to it. If you don't agree with it, that's fine. But ACC, I love it. For me, just it just shows you if you can concentrate on a series what you can achieve, and you get all that data from the teams. As Andy Thorpe is all over the back of Vittori now. Goes on the inside, has a little look. Oh, I tell you what, there might have been slices of touches there.
Yeah, that was close. Good racing there from the two of them, keeping it out of any big instance. But
respectful though, that's the other thing. It takes two to tango, right?
Absolutely. Corey just holds the position as they're heading down Wellington.
I want to take a look at Tweedy as well. He's on the back of Forsberg right now, and he's got Butterman all over the back of him as they go into the right hander. Oh, Winter's got to give him a bit more room there. He can't.
Little
on the inside now. Nearly had his nose chopped off, but now he's under pressure from Butterman, who's got the inside for the next corner. Give each other room, gentlemen, as Tweedle runs wide.
Oh, no.
He's back on the... Yeah. I feel a penalty incoming for Mr. Tweedy.
There definitely might be. Going side by side through that corner is incredibly hard, and Tweedy just not able to hold it on the straight.
He's off track, so he's technically made a
bit of a position
to
there,
overtake there off the track. So, and then he's collided into the car. So it's an awareness piece there. It's complete opposite of what we saw a lap ago.
Yep, he's definitely going to get looked at for that one. Unfortunately, and this little pair has obviously been fighting hard because all of them.
But I don't think Bartman's very happy, judging by the. I mean, you can't see it on the stream, but I'm watching the TV cameras on here, and he's flashing away. He is not a happy driver, and I wouldn't be either. So
absolutely not.
Yeah. I feel that this is not over yet. This is not over. This could erupt at any moment, and I like that. It's like an episode of EastEnders. Not that I've watched EastEnders recently, but just need the doom 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 doom. Yeah. And for those of you who aren't from the UK, that is a soap opera. I know that we are sometimes very UK centric here.
Yeah,
Looks on the inside.
You say that at the UK track with the only UK cars.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Do you know what? I didn't even clock that. I did read the post, because I've not really been in the Discord lately, and I was like, there's a 6-hour event tomorrow, and I had a few things I wanted to, it's nice weather. I've got a few things I've been trying to do. My afternoon, I've been watching a bit of football. I've reorganised the bedroom. I've swapped the bed around, moved a few things around. I've decided I can utilise the space a bit better. So that's what I've been doing. Oh! And then I saw you guys were streaming. I've had a little look. And, oh, God, not more contact. Come on, guys. Seriously. Come on. This
has managed to make it past now.
This isn't bumper cars. Let's... Butterman's not going to let him...
No.
Yeah.
Butterman's holding a nice defensive line there.
Yeah.
And he's now going to do his best to pull away from Tweedy.
Yeah.
Who's just going to dive into the pits.
Yeah, and also he's flashing him. Like, why?
Everyone loves that flash button, Paul. Everyone adores that flash button.
But the thing is, not being funny from where I see it, he's in the wrong. Like, why are you, unless it's a flash to say, sorry, mate. Thomas, I'm sorry, but you're in the wrong for me there, bud.
Absolutely.
And I don't hold back in my opinions, and you probably watch some of the streams I do. You know, if I think someone's wrong, I'll tell them on the stream I think you're wrong. You know, I don't hold back.
Every driver while driving thinks it's not their fault. It's a common thing, even F1 drivers. So not surprised to see them hitting that flash.
That's the thing as well. And sometimes what I've done after races is I've gone into the chat and gone, guys, I can't decide who's at fault here.
Yeah.
You know, like, let me know. Everyone's like, yeah, it was you. I'm like, oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. It's the famous thing Ross Brawn always said, where he said Schumacher would tell him what happened, and then Brawn would show Schumacher the footage, and Schumacher would have to change his mind, because what you see in the car isn't always what actually happens.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true, because you do live in your own little bubble sometimes. I think we're all guilty of it. You just got to sometimes be big and ugly enough to admit it. You know, and that's the thing. It's like, I get that mistakes happen, and I'll be annoyed if you do something to me. But if you then apologise, it's all forgotten. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, be big enough, man enough, or lady enough to realise you've made a mistake and to offer that apology to the other driver, and then it's all water under the bridge.
Yeah, and if you're feeling mad,
and then you move on.
Don't type in the chat until after you've watched the replay and had a little bit of a calm.
Don't get angry. It doesn't really do you any favours. What you Anyway, Andy Thorpe all over the back of Vittoria. This battle's been going on for a little while now.
Absolutely, and he's going to the side for Stowe. Nice work there. He's round nice and clean as well, so he won't have to worry about Vale.
Yeah, that was nice. And you know, really tight there. Hugged the inside line very nicely. Goes a little bit deep on here though, so it's giving the Bentley a little bit of a sniff. But that McLaren round here is decent, isn't it?
Yeah.
Silverstone. It's one of its favourite tracks.
Absolutely. It's definitely a big one. It likes these high aero fast corners.
Yeah, for sure. So Shane Thomas, I don't know if you've noticed, but he's losing out a little bit to Mel. It's not a great deal. It's now the gap's 6.1.
Yeah.
But we don't know if that's, you know, potentially back markers or anything else has kind of caused him to lose that bit of time. But I'm interested to see what the delta is to Diggs.
Talking
again,
of Diggs,
Mel's is constantly
Diggs
the
has spun it.
Oh!
Diggs is around
24 seconds
in Maggots and Beckett's.
Oh!
We're going to have a check of the replay of that.
Oh, look, talk about commentator's curse.
So here he is.
Same place the Bentley lost it a moment ago.
Looks like it might be. It might be again taking too much curb here. We've seen a few cars do it. He was riding the sausage a little bit there, and then
no, he goes out too. Oh,
yeah, riding the sausage, taking a bit too much speed.
Taps the barrier. Oh, quickly into reverse though.
Yeah,
quickly doesn't hang about. Yeah, like just carries on. So 11 seconds. 11 seconds is the time now. So. You're Thomas and Melch, you are getting a little bit peckish.
Yeah.
You are going to try and eat up at Mr. Diggs. So, dinner for one.
For sure. And both Marius and Shane still incredibly consistent in the 159s. The only two of them who are just always in the 159s.
Yeah.
So they're going to pull every bit of time out of Max Diggs that they can.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Oh, it's just like, it's like I say, it's like an episode of EastEnders. Like you just don't, sometimes the script is just made for you, and you're like, oh, you know, you come into the commentator's booth, you see the leader is 30 seconds, 37 seconds, and now he's only 8.7 seconds behind him. I mean, I love the live timing in ACC. That's probably the only thing that really gets on my nerves, where I think sometimes the broadcasting element of I know it's not about broadcasting, but as we do it, there are certain elements I think could just be a little bit better for that realism factor that we're after. But yeah, wow. And Shane, you know, the gap is now up to 6.2, so it's gone up a slight bit, but generally, I mean, their pace is like for like, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
So.
Even when one of them drops below the 2-minute mark, both of them just drop below the 2-minute mark.
And
so
it's
they're
probably because they're overtaking the same cars, I'd imagine. So I think Hassan has just made it up into 17th. I think he's just got past Charlie Martin. Because the live timer was showing that, there we go, or Sutherland even. Yeah, Matt Sutherland.
We'll have a
So
little look back in the replay, see if we can see that. Yeah, it was just oh no, that's him passing past Tweedy there. Oh no, Matt Sutherland has taken over from Tweedy. There we go. And he got past on the Wellington straight, just a better exit through Aintree and just an easy move there.
Oh, I thought I lost your stream for a second. I thought, where's my window gone there? There's too many monitors. I've got a fourth monitor now, but I haven't got long enough cable, so I've got all on Amazon. So yeah, I've turned into like a NASA,
yeah, the control station. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel you.
That's constantly trying to remember where the mouse is. People think this stuff's easy, but trust me, it's not. Especially when the last round of season 4, Dan's internet just went, and I had to take over broadcasting. And I hadn't done that for a year, maybe, and it just took me a little while to find my flow again. As we're looking at Andrew Hassan, so I don't know if there's any other. It'd be interesting to see if there's any other real close battles, but that gap to first has come down even more, 6.8. So, and the gap to Shane Thomas has gone up again about another half a second. So, Mel's is really, I think, is the fastest man out there right now.
As we can see in the bottom of our timing, there are a couple of people who have no more mandatory pit stops left to do. However, both of them teams which have had incidents, which mean they'll probably actually have to do another pit stop. They're not going to be able to do 2 hours on a tank, especially not in those Astons. So having pit for damage at other points.
That's a very good point. Yeah, I see that car number 100, the Bentley of Lee, is in the pits. So I'm just going down the live timing. So you've got Kevin Braun, who's in car 405. He's doing 159. He's currently in 6th. And then everyone else is kind of in the 2 minutes. So
it'll
be interesting to see what Kevin's able to do. Because he's got
Brendan McVeigh just ahead of him is pitting.
He's in the pits now.
Yeah.
So
he's going to get possibly a position. There are a load of people coming into the pits now. We've got Forsberg's dived into pits. Lee's in the pits.
Yes.
Martinez,
yeah. So Forsberg will clear that 5-second penalty as part of this pit stop as well. So we've got Winter, Cham, Alves, Lee, all on one pit stop remaining. As you say, we've got a couple of drivers that have cleared all the mandatory, but they're not going to be able to not stay. I mean, that seems like a bit of a crazy decision, doesn't it? To clear them all down and still knowing you've got to pit again because you're not going to be able to last 2 hours on a tank.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard. Most of them come from taking an extra pit stop earlier for damage and just changing the tyres when maybe you shouldn't have bothered doing so. But there's a couple of these guys on one pit stops as well who are unlikely to make it with one pit stop because they're going to be coming to the towards the end of their fuel, possibly before they can make it. There's a couple that might just be able to stretch it. I believe, for example, I think Cham probably will just be able to stretch it, but Jack Winter, you can see, is coming in for the pits now.
Yeah.
So he's going to have cleared all his pit stops, but he will have to do another pit.
Good point, yeah, because it's still 2 hours, yeah. I wonder if they've repaired that damage they had from that. What would you have done? Would you have repaired it, do you think, with that amount of time going?
I think in such a long race, I would probably repair pretty much any damage I get. Until you get to the last, within the last hour, I think it's probably worth it.
Okay, I think we need to... The battle for first is starting to heat up. It's under 3 seconds, that gap now.
Yeah, they are on the same straight, even.
Yeah, I mean, Shane Thomas is just shy of Marius's Mels's pace. Just shy. So you got Alvarado in that team and Saidi as well, haven't you? So a couple of really fast drivers.
And to answer the question in chat, there are 22 cars left in this race. So
How many started out of interest?
25.
Okay.
Well, actually, yeah, 25. One of them is showing twice on my thing, but it is still 25 cars. We've had the 69, last driven by Luca Renna, who quit out quite recently. Then the 160, who had some issues right at the beginning of the race. And then the Sikansi teams, who crashed out after the first 20 or so laps. So those are the drivers who have left. And Julian Strasser down driving the 323 Bentley is in last place right now in 22nd. It's been a big draw in on this last lap as well. 2:03.5 for Max, with just in the 1:59s for Marius, and that's put him right behind him coming through Maggots and Beckett's.
He's obviously got the pace on him, so he's just got to be patient, just make it easy, and we'll see how much of a fight Max decides to put up. But if I was him, I wouldn't even bother. Still got 2 hours of the race, just under 2 hours of the race to go. Just let him pass. Probably able to concentrate more, just trying to chase the other guy down.
Yeah, many people, including myself, definitely prefer to follow than to lead.
Oh, well, I think we all do, mate.
And Max has put himself into that position now as Marius gets a really nice run through there. And now it's going to be up to Shane, who's doing very similar pace to Marius, who is starting to come down on, to Marius, who's starting to come down on Diggs now, who is in second position.
Yeah, I don't know if the car 240's got the pace to catch the leaders.
Paul Greatix as well, is going into the pits to clear his drive-through, which he just got.
Ouch.
The second drive-through for this team, unfortunately.
Ouch.
So they've...
Hassan, I see, is also in the pits, car 250. Looks like there's a bit of latency jumping up and down for those cars as well. It's very unusual.
Yeah, a little bit.
Doing that.
Servers not quite as stable, perhaps, as our normal SGP servers. They're very good for us. But a lot of these guys, obviously... The 250 team is an Asian team, with Kiv and Tan now stepping in for Andrew Hassan. We've got a few American teams as well, including the 420, which is in second place right now with Max Diggs.
That gap to car 420 and 240, the numbers are just the wrong, different way round. Down to 4.2 seconds. And our race leader's now done 120 laps. We're now 55 to go.
Yep, and Shane has a couple of back markers to make it through before he gets to Diggs, which will be nice for Diggs. Means he's not going to get taken or caught up to at least as quickly as he otherwise would have.
This is kind of the closest battle at the moment, so I think there's another lull in the race for the moment. Oh, there's one of the back markers goes wide onto the marbles. Is that Strasser by any chance? Looking at that Bentley.
Yes, I believe that is Julian Strasser.
Yeah.
In the 323.
Yeah. So I recognise the livery.
Yeah, that is definitely the Strasser livery.
I can imagine he's made diva-ish like demands. We are racing my colours, or we're not racing at all.
But he did start, and it does look like he's finishing, so he's getting the full streamer treatment right now. The full Jimmy Broadbent thing.
There we go. So Shane's passed two back markers. Julian's all over the back. Bentley to Bentley.
Yeah, unfortunately those two Bentleys on different laps, but
they are
running around together.
Julian's behind, on the leaderboard an Aston, so that might be Julian trying to unlap himself, or not sure.
Yeah, probably.
So our race leader's now in the pits.
Oh, there we go. Maris Mells, as we said, a little bit out of time with the rest of the guys.
So who
Everyone pitting now should, with these 2 pit stops at the front, should be pretty fine to go to the rest of the race with that last mandatory.
As well, so
yeah,
that puts Shane Thomas into the lead of the race.
Absolutely. Shane Thomas in the lead. Victor Dominguez is still quite a way behind, so probably going to be fine for the other 2 there. He has already pit, so probably just going to come out behind them, as long as nothing bad goes on in these guys' pit stops.
That's it, kiss of death there. Right, so David Jessett is now in the Yeti Sim Sports car, and away he goes. Andy Thorpe is also in the pit stops from 8th position. Who's taking over in the Project D car? I will let you know in a jiffy when it starts moving again. It's the Avocado.
Nice, Nicholas Alvarado, who started the race, is going to come out for another stint.
There we go. No drive-throughs for either car, so they are able to put pedal to the metal, and away they go. The keyboard warrior is away. So I saw something in chat the other day. Did this man get a wheel?
He did.
Oh!
And he's just been hit by a back marker there, the 101 Bentley, right behind him.
How the hell did that just happen?
Yeah, we're going to have a quick look at a replay there to see that. So he's just coming out the pits. Where is the 101? Let's watch from the 101's camera. Alvarado's coming out there.
Carrying more speed in there.
Carrying more speed because Alvarado's just come out the pits, maybe. Alvarado not taking it quite as fast as he could through Maggots and Beckett's.
Well, yeah, but he's got cold tyres, and the back marker's got to be onto that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's Charlie Martin, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Car 101. So, yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Stewards will sure be.
Absolutely, that will probably be a penalty for Charlie Martin in the 101.
Yeah, that will be. Yeah, that was completely avoidable.
Alvarado is now a decent bit behind David Jessett, but can start getting into a rhythm.
It's kind of like that just kind of ruins the script a little bit, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Like it's Charlie Martin, you're kind of coming around and ruining for us. So going back, has he got a wheel now? Does he actually own a wheel?
Yes.
Okay. So does he have pedals as well?
Yeah, he's been getting used to that.
So is he racing on wheel and pedals today, or is he back?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, blimey. Okay. Has he been on the pace that he would be if he was on keyboard and mouse, or is he not quite there yet?
He's been pretty close. He's not exactly on it, but he's been doing a lot of practice on it in the last weeks to get ready.
Because I know that obviously where he lives in Argentina, the tax and whatnot is absolutely ridiculous to get.
Yep.
Do we know the backstory?
I do not. No.
Okay.
We'll have to find it out for the main season maybe. And
but how did that again? He's all over the back of him here.
This is actually the 100 car. This is a different Bentley in the same livery. Yeah.
Okay. So it's Tesoro, is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Dan Tesoro. I don't recognise that name. I'm guessing they're new to the series.
Yep. We've had quite a few new drivers in on our team events.
Avocado giving in the space. See again, that there's that intelligence there. Knowing a back marker is coming faster than you.
Yeah. And
letting them pass. There's nothing wrong with that. Because what it allows you to do, it allows you to focus on your own race. I mean, unfortunately for Alvarado, he does have another car behind him. But especially the fact he's trying to now acclimatise to using the wheel and pedals. I mean, it's going to take a bit of time for him to...
Yep, to get that consistency back.
Yeah, definitely. And you can deal without these distractions sometimes. You want to just concentrate on those apexes and everything else and your steering input. So...
Have Nicholas Horben here, who is a new driver who's stepped in for the final stint for his team, UNV Racing.
I just spotted that gap as well myself. I'm just about to go and take a look.
It's right behind Cham Cham, who started the race for the 68 and is now back in. Getting a nice run behind him out of Vale, but very hard to make it through there. Oh, that looked like a tap. The Bentley is fine, but that has pushed the Aston Martin back there quite a lot. And we've got to be very careful with moves like that.
Got the bot in the mix. It nicely leaves the door wide open for the McLaren. There's an intelligent drive in there for Julian Strauser. I'm just keeping an eye on Giorgio Brioski. He's currently in 10th. He's chasing down Stefan Kuban. The gap is 4.
And here goes Huben making a nice move around the outside. Maybe not going to be able to keep it because he's going to be on the outside for this fast right-hander. But they are going side by side, giving each other space, and the Aston just can't manage to keep it there. Incredibly hard to do side by side, so he's going to have to follow him through Maggots and Beckett's and try to stay safe with the fact that the Bentley is going a little bit slower than he is. Cars behind him, none of them are racing him for position, so he doesn't have to worry too much about them, although if he does make too much of a mistake and fall backwards, they will still not want to be slowed down themselves. Diving to the inside for Stowe, just keeps it in there, so he has got side by side, but he doesn't have the greatest line for it. He's done nicely there, keeping the Bentley off the main racing line, but he gives the Bentley
behind
just
them, you've got a car
space
coming to lap them, which is Solchrome
Yep.
in the McLaren there. He's the fastest man out on track at the moment. In the last lap we were 1:59.8, so he's trying to obviously catch up to Paul Miles in 5th, so they need to be aware of that. As much as they're battling with each other, they need to, they're going to be being blue flagged.
Yeah, and luckily for Solcrum, Cham Cham has been overtaken by Huben, and if Huben can start pulling out, then Cham Cham will hopefully move over for him. Oh! Yeah, it gives him just enough space. Goes a little bit wide there. Maybe
he sees him at the last moment, then runs a little.
Yeah.
Run a little bit deep into that corner. Oh, yeah. Talk about brown underpants moment.
Absolutely, and we got Butterman in for the pits now. So only 2 more teams with 2 stops left to do. One of them being our leaders, with Shane Thomas in the 240 ACCSimSeries car.
Yes. Who's currently doing, faster pace than the man in second, so about 200 of a second quicker per lap at the moment.
Yep, just pulling away.
Yeah, it's ever so slightly. There's not a lot in it. And Alvarado is 2 seconds off that, or nearly 3 seconds off their pace. So at current, with Victor Dominguez in 4th, nearly he's 2 seconds quicker than Alvarado. So interesting to see how that plays out, because 4th is only 1.6 seconds behind 3rd, so could Avocado come under a bit of pressure?
Yep,
for sure.
Definitely could, as Dominguez has now lapped the meat snacks car.
Yeah, and Solchrome in the McLaren, the 405 McLaren, is past both back markers now, and he's on his way to trying to hunt down Paul Miles.
And he's past the number
Also
10 car of Jay Werner as well.
Yeah. I think we've got 3rd and 4th is one of the closest battles, and also I think maybe 16th and 17th as well. So. So maybe 11th and 12th, and 13th look like they're pretty close out on track.
Yeah, there's some of the guys who have just being lapped there.
Yeah, for sure.
Nicholas Horben setting some pretty strong laps to pull away from that pack.
Yeah, the only person, so Brioche in 9th. He's doing the 159s at the moment. So is Dan Tesoro in 15th in car 100. And the rest are all in 2 minutes and above. So, you know, you see some of these faster drivers with slower drivers in the team, or instances that happens that they're kind of out of sync. I mean, Matt Sutherland last lap round was only a 2 minute 6. You've got Charlie Marshall with 2 minute 8. So I'd imagine they've had little instances on their laps.
Yep, and getting lapped and all sorts.
Yeah, exactly that. Werner with a 3 minute 6. Imagine that was probably a pit stop lap. Out lap even. When will car 240 be coming into the pits?
Yep. Shane and Charlie Martin down in 19th, the only 2 drivers to have not taken their second to last pit.
With the gap that it currently is, when Thomas goes in, Jesset will take the lead of the race. So I imagine it'll probably be in the next however long.
And Cesaro in the number 100 car is definitely pacing it as well, because he's just unlapping himself constantly.
Yeah, I
some of
clocked
these
him
cars.
A little while ago. Yeah, he's definitely
Big drift as well from the first corner there, but holds it nicely. And now there's a bit of a fight behind him. Oh, it looks like he didn't hold it. He held it and then too much of a correction, and the 62 just getting past 7 there with Stefan Kufin at the wheel. So that's Brioche back up into 8th place, another one of the drivers who was in for the first stint and is back in at the end.
So David Jesset now in the 159s, finding his pace, finding his rhythm.
Yep, a couple of guys at the front were getting those green deltas for their split right now. So getting into the rhythm, a couple of these guys, Alvarado and such as well.
Car 28 also in the 159s. Car 24 in the 158s at the moment. So the fastest lap they've done yet, a 158.6.
Yeah, that's a big one there.
Nicholas Huben, yeah. That's quick.
And Victor Dominguez is right on the back of Nicholas Alvarado now as well. So trying to take him for 3rd position.
Huben currently just under 8 seconds behind Hearn in 10th. Funny enough, he's just thinking Huben's just been lapped by Thomas,
So we are on board with Victor Dominguez now, who had a much nicer run.
This is interesting. I don't know whether he's been lapped or whether he's just come out and now started at his split, but he's behind Shane Thomas. So, and he's doing 158. If he keeps that going, Shane might have the decision to make to let him go. So, definitely worth. I'll keep an eye on that and see what happens. He's not far behind Shane at the moment.
As Victor went for a little move there in Alvarado, but backed out before really trying to make it. So he's sticking his nose in there, letting Alvarado know that he wants past. The next real opportunity is going to be into Stowe as they're coming up to Maggots and Beckett's now. Alvarado really pacing it through there though.
What do you do if you are Shane Thomas right now? You let the car pass, is what you do. Is he going to do it? No. This is tricky. This could go all wrong for Shane if he's not careful. This guy's obviously got the pace. He needs to let him past. You know, you're at different stages of your race. Like, just let the guy pass. It's not worth him having to force a move and then ruining both your races. About being smart here. Easy to say that when you're in the commentator.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is going side by side now, so it looks like he's heeding your warning.
Yeah, I just think, you know, like you just don't. And if suddenly you've got the faster pace, and I'm sure he'll let you back because he'll appreciate that you've done that. I'd hope so anyway.
Yeah, you would. And but he's been very consistent, Nicholas Hülkenberg.
We just moved the. Alvarado is slow. I don't know what's happened there.
Oh yeah, Alvarado is gone. So let's hit a big replay up here and see what's happening. So here they are going into Stowe.
Slow.
This is when we were last looking at them about a minute ago. So
it was contact or.
Bentley's been being reasonably sensible with these, not going for any crazy moves. So I wouldn't expect contact, but it could be.
Maybe.
Or it could be that he loses it on this fast right where we've seen a few people.
He was slow when I picked him up, so.
No, fine through there, fine through there. Yeah. So we're getting into the loop now. Could be a big crunch in the loop. Very close there by the Bentley. Oh, and it is.
Oh,
big bump.
It is.
Sends Alvarado around. He does a good job catching it and getting back quickly.
It does. And that will be a penalty for car 711.
Yep, Victor Dominguez there, giving him a little punt and gonna get some of the stewards off for that. No doubt.
What are you having for dinner after this today?
No idea. Whatever's in the fridge, my friend.
I made some brownies on Thursday. God, they're so good.
It's dope.
But I have to give them away because if I leave them in the fridge, I'm constantly eating them.
Yeah.
And I had some American pancakes for kind of brunch because I had a late breakfast. So American pancake with a couple of sausages and 4 streaky bacon.
Apologies to everyone in the stream who's now being made hungry.
Yeah, I'm already getting a bit peckish. It's coming up to 5 o'clock, so I'm gonna probably have fajitas for dinner, I think.
Oh, that's a good call.
But let us know in chat what you're having for dinner. Okay, so let's look.
Nicholas Hülkenberg has done a great job as well pulling away from Shane. Like Shane definitely did the right thing and letting him pass with how far ahead he's got now. He's absolutely roaring ahead at this stage of the race.
Yeah, 1:59.6 is where, you know, Shane's doing a low 2:01. I mean, that's quite a difference, isn't it, at the moment? And that's the thing, like, you know, Nicholas may have he's just come out of the pits. He's got fresh, I think he came out today, come out of the pits. He's got fresh tyres on. You know, so
yep. And Shane's right at the end of a long stint, so
exactly, and it's just, you know, showing your intelligence in doing that. With 1:35 on the clock, you know, they could come in now and quite comfortably finish the race with their final stop. So
and in 4 or 5 laps, it looks like Nicholas Hülkenberg will be right on the back of Andrew Hearn as well. So possibly still a few places can be made up by this team.
I think the battle between 5th and 6th is going to heat up as well, because that gap's now down to 10.7. That was about 17 seconds on last week.
Yep, so Sonocrom, another one of the faster guys.
So, yeah, I mean, he's doing 1:59.7s, and Paul Miles is doing 2:09 9s. So you're talking a second a lap there. So if he keeps that kind of differential up. I mean, Paul Miles is going quicker than the Avocado as well, because the Avocado is doing 2:01s currently. So we could have a trio.
Yeah, for sure.
4:20 could be dropping like a stone down to 6 or 7. I mean, Nicholas Hülkenberg, he's in 1:58. I mean, he's done another 1:58. He's done a 1:58.7.
Yeah, he's rocketing up the field. Definitely saved their...
That's a good word, isn't it? Rocket man!
They definitely saved their best for last on this one. One more pit stop, like most of the rest of the field.
Yeah. So, can I ask you, how do you say the surname of car number 27?
Car number 27. Alright, I can't do this one easily, but it's I believe it's Mpambawashe. Mpambawashe, I believe.
Okay. I mean I am bad at pronunciations, as we all know. Yeah, my brain just can't compute that. Okay, so second and third are hitting 159s. First is currently hitting mid 2 minutes. So it's just got to cross the line again to complete lap 131 with a 2:03, and then we've got Jessup will come over the line shortly. I want to say shortly, I don't mean shortly really, I'm just seeing current lap times, but I mean, it's minuscule really, the differences.
Yep. And Shane is going to want to pull ahead because he's still got another pit stop to do on these cars behind.
Yes, exactly that. He's not, is he? That's the problem. He's not doing the pace needed to pull that out. They're reeling him in ever so slightly. So there we go, 159.9 there.
Yep. Good bit faster by David Jessup.
Yeah, so there we go. So half a second again being lost there. So yeah, he's unfortunately, like you say, he still doesn't have a pit stop to do because he's still got 2 remaining. Interesting strategy from car 240. And maybe that's what they're doing here. Maybe they're trying to shorten the last stint.
Yeah, they are really rinsing their tyres here. I feel like they've got to the point now where they should pit very soon because they're clearly not getting the full performance out of that car.
You're looking at the lap times. If you're aiming to win this thing, you're losing. There comes a point where you've got to say enough is enough, right? And, I mean, but at the same time, you might be sitting there looking at your strategy, go, well, there's still 1 hour and 31 minutes to go. By the time the other cars have finished their last stint, they may be in the same position. So
there we go. He is coming into pit.
In he goes. So we'll currently have a new race leader once Jessup comes by.
And Victor Dominguez is getting his penalty for hitting Nicholas Alvarado.
There we go. How dare he hit the avocado?
The fan favourite, yeah.
That is written into the rule book. That's not allowed.
Yeah.
It's in the small print. Not that anybody reads our rule book, but anyway.
No. But David Jessup now is on his way to try and take the lead of this race. He's got a good chance of doing it by the looks of it, because I believe Shane Thomas has basically only just stopped.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's clear he's going to do it. The gap wasn't big enough. So Yeti Sim Sports car number 111, coming around the final corner. Who's going to be taking over car 240? Is it going to be Ashley Bloomfield or is it going to be Dan Terry? It's Ashley Bloomfield. So Crashley, away he goes. No drive-through penalty. That's good to see. Oh. There we go. Much less eventful pit exit than what we saw with
Alvarado, yeah.
With Alvarado, yeah. So Ashley is a quick driver, so it'll be interesting to see. Still in second position, according to the live timing. I don't think it's lying to me.
Yep, it is not. Victor Dominguez is still way behind. Just passing traffic through Maggots and Beckett's right now.
So Paul Miles is only 14. When I say only, it's because it's closing down. Alvarado 14.3. Solcrum though is now under nearly 7 seconds even. She's under 8, nearly just above 7 seconds behind Paul Miles in 5th. So that gap is just being chipped away. I can see that 10th, 11 are looking a little bit close. It's under a second, that gap at the moment. So
yeah, I think Nicholas Horban has just a little while ago taken Andrew Hearn.
Right.
And he is now starting on the long trail of trying to take Stefan Kuthman, who's 17 seconds ahead of him. But Horban is still the fastest guy on track overall, and so he's going to give it a good shot.
Yeah, 2:04. Another car that's doing the 2-minute falls is car 10, Jonathan Werner, currently. Fastest lap last time around, I think, is car number 100, Dan Tazaro. Oh no, actually, Truls Solberg in a 1:59.9. That's car 101. So, yeah, some decent lap times coming out. I mean, I'll be lucky to do 2 minutes personally. What about you?
Yeah, same. I think I'm normally running around like
I went for a
202s.
phase of loving Silverstone, and then I've gone the other way. And just the first corner for me.
Yes, both the GT and GP turn ones I find really hard.
Yeah. The gap between first and second is under 10 seconds. Both got one pit stop remaining. So if you think about it, if they can, obviously, the car number 111 is going to have to go in before, and it's, you know, an hour and 27 seconds. So I'd imagine that car will be coming in relatively soon, maybe in the next 20 minutes or so. That probably leaves a good hour stint, perhaps. They might run the stint slightly longer and then bring it down to maybe a 45, 50-minute stint. I mean, I tend to find after about 45 minutes the tyres start to go. But I mean, when I did my first, when I used to drive the Aston, I used to find that about half an hour, 40 minutes in, the tyres will go through a phase of just losing a bit of grip, and then you drive through it, and eventually you find that grip comes back before they then die off again.
Yeah, and these guys are going to want to probably run as long as possible in this stint so that they can have their last stint be as short as possible on the backside of it.
Yeah. So it's whether, there we go, 8.9. So there we go. So Jessett's in the 2 minutes. Ashley's in the 1:59. So there we go. So runs a little wide there. Might get a cut track, but have we had any penalties for cut tracks?
Nope. Not a one.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
They are enabled though, right?
Yep, yeah, they are enabled. But a lot of the going wide here is pretty nice, as I have no idea why that sound is playing. I think Dan forgot to change the gifted sub sound, like he changed the sub sound. But thank you, Andrew, for gifting a sub. It's very nice of you. Gifted a total of 2 subs, so he's probably our leader, right?
So, Solcrum, 5.1 seconds now on behind car 187, so that's come down even more. And the gap between first and second is also coming down. So, a couple of stories to keep an eye on there.
Yeah, absolutely. Huben also, last time we spoke about him, he was 17 seconds behind. He's now got it down to under 12 seconds.
Oh yeah, he has, yes.
He had 1:58.8 was his last lap, so he's still putting in rapid times.
Whoa, rapido.
Yeah. So there's nothing going on now. Just a reminder to everyone who's watching. Thank you all for watching. Had a nice crowd here the whole time. And remember, ! timing to see both the timing for this server and the other server that we're running. And ! sign up if you want to come and join in for any of our future events. And starting next Friday will be season 5 of our championship series, where we will have streams on this channel.
Is it really next Friday already? That's come out quick, isn't
Friday,
it?
Saturday, and Sunday. Yeah.
Bloomfield went wide. Have a look. Have a look. I didn't see what happened, but I just saw he coming off the grass.
He's quite far on his own, so I think he's just done a big one. He's coming into Maggots and Beckett's here in the replay. Takes a lot of grass.
On the straight where I saw him, so I don't know if he loses it or whether he just...
Oh, yeah.
Runs a little wide.
Yes.
Turn the car into a lawnmower.
Yeah, that's a new line.
Yeah. I mean, he's still bringing that gap down. It's 7.7 seconds now.
Yeah, the man's pushing hard.
Are they letting Dan Terry have the last stint then?
I assume so.
Oof. Controversial. So...
Well, Dan says in the chat, quote, Ash, look after the tyres, mate. You're taking these to the end.
We got a mandatory pit stop to go. How can they do that?
I don't know. I guess he's they're maybe planning to do a very short splash and dash at the end.
Right. So is it you just do that? Right. Okay. So we got an insight to their strategy. So Bloomfield all the way then, by the sounds of it.
Yep.
That's quite a long stint. Is it not?
Yeah, it's reasonably long, but there's been some people doing very long stints and managing to keep it. He just needs that one extra pit for fuel.
Yeah.
Because the Aston's tiny tank.
Yeah. Okay, Solcrum now 4.1 seconds. That gap continues to evaporate to 5th. So if you are car number 187, you might start to worry.
Yeah, soon he's going to see Gigantic Sausage Motorsport coming up in his rearview mirror.
No one wants to see that. But again, you know, the gap to Paul Miles to Alvarado is also coming down as well, because Paul Miles is doing 2-minute 8s and Nicholas Alvarado is only doing 2:02s. He's probably just finished, must have had an incident in his last lap, because normally he's doing 2:01, so something must have happened. Maybe he's going past the back marker or running wide at some point. So, and Ashley Bloomfield, you know, his last lap was a 1:59.2. Where's our man? So Hubern's still doing 1:59.4s, so it's decent. Not quite the 1:58s we were seeing a few laps ago, but he will be continually catching up, as you say, to Kufan, and that's now 5.7. So we got 3 battles really sort of coming towards us.
Yeah.
I can see Paul Greatrix is close behind 15th, but I don't know if that's because there's been a move or I've not really been following that. So
yeah, the timing says that he's very close, but on track he's quite far away. So he must have been letting these 2 lap cars by and lost a lot of time from that. Because you can see 711, who is in 3rd position, is just ahead of him.
Yeah. Maybe he's just trying to get onto the back of that Bentley.
Ben has managed to make it down to 4 seconds now, so this consistent sub 20 pace is really reeling him onto the back of Stefan Kuthin.
Yeah, and the gap between 1st and 2nd is under 7 seconds as well.
Yeah.
And the gap between 5th and 6th is nearly 2.5 seconds. So where do we look? Where do we look? I can see we've got a bit of
Yeah, Solcrum has quite a few other cars lapped and lapping ahead of him, so he's going to have a little bit of a struggle getting past. Cuban only has 1 car on another lap to get past, but that is the 420 driven by Nicholas Alvarado, so he's going to have to squeeze past that one.
still hitting the 159s. That's impressive. Car 24. That is some good going. Solcrum dropping out of the 159 now, doing 2 minutes 5, but still, you know, half a second up on 5th.
Huben now getting up to Alvarado, who it looks like is going to let him past.
Yeah, yeah.
He now has Stefan Kufen right in his sights.
Something like to see smart drive like that. So Victor Dominiquez is in the pits, car 711. So they got the 5-second penalty for hitting the back of Nicholas Alvarado, aka the Avocado.
Yep, and this should be their last stop. It's pretty easy to do this distance in the Bentley, so no worries about that for them.
And they will sit for an additional 5 seconds. There's a little penalty, so that'll push a few drivers up the order. Say that Alvarado's. Oh yeah, no, he is in 3rd, and then we've got Paul Miles is down in 5th. And that puts Solcombe into 6th. So, Solcombe, he's still out of the 159s, but he's still, last time around, with about 400ths of a second even faster than Mr. Miles. So he's not showing the pace that he was a few laps ago. So the tyres now not giving him that same amount of grip, which is, you know, it's understandable. It looks like the fastest guy out on track is Ashley Bloomfield, who's currently in 2nd, closely followed by Nicholas Huben, who's still showing some amazing pace, and as we know, is catching up to Stefan Kuven, car number 7.
Jelma Van Hoek, just took the car 711 that was in the pits as well. So the 711 now into 7th position.
Yeah, he's been showing some great pace as well, actually, Van Hoek. So, as I'm looking at Nicholas Huben, he's just behind a back marker, McLaren. Hopefully this McLaren will get out of the way down this straight.
No, that's the man. That's Stefan Kufen.
Oh, didn't realise.
Absolutely pulled up to him.
Yeah. That as Kufen runs deep. I think he's letting pass there.
Yeah, soared past. He saw the speed differential there. And it's just settling up, so
It's
Huben...
amazing, that gap just went nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely
I wonder
disappeared.
if Stefan's had... Oh, he did a 201. He didn't do a terribly bad lap. So unless he's had a mare on this lap, when he crosses the line, 202, not particularly bad, not like a 206 or 208. So, yeah, unbelievable. I mean, Huben's just doing 159, so he's like all day long. I mean, he's going quicker than Ashley Bloomfield in 2nd moment, which, let's just point out, that gap between 1st and 2nd is nearly 2.5 seconds. That's come
right down, yeah.
Very scarily quickly, to be honest with you.
You can
But
see...
as we know, Ashley has a mistake in him.
Yeah.
He does.
He may have got the name Crashly long ago, but he still has it a little bit here and there.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Solcombe now, 1.2 seconds off the back of Miles.
Yeah, so both of these getting closer to happening.
Yeah, so I'll keep an eye on the Solcombe battle if you like, and I'll let you know. This could be interesting because Miles is behind a white Aston. Don't know who that white Aston is.
I think that's the 829 of Matt Sutherland, who is in 17th position.
Okie dokie. He's letting him past on the inside. Yeah. Oh, that's allowed Solcombe to get really close now. McLaren versus McLaren. Right. Good back marker in there. If that's such a word.
Yeah, and Solcombe is now within a second.
under Crashly. He's now 1.2 seconds off the race leader. Jesset. I love the rear wing view, look. Love it.
Yeah, got to make as much use of these
I
lovely
like the
car
onboard
views.
cockpit view, the one as well, but in some cars it's terrible.
Yeah, it's really car dependent.
Yeah.
I've been avoiding it like the plague in the Bentley. I'm not doing that one.
But it's just nice just to mix it up with the different, with the different cameras, isn't it? Okay, so as they're coming down, I don't know what straight this is.
The leaders are on Wellington.
Wellington. So here we go. So Solcombe is making a move on the inside down.
Down into Stowe, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. And he's got the line now, but they're side by side going into Vale, so it's all going to be about the braking for this. Obviously, Miles has the inside line. Nice work there. Aston Martin behind them going off a little bit, but these two are keeping it nice and clean.
See, I'm keeping an eye on the Ashley, Bloomfield, David, just as they're coming up to Beckett's and stuff. A yellow flag for car 829 by the looks of it.
Yeah, he just went off at Vale and hasn't come back on for some reason. Probably over pedaling it on the grass, I'd assume.
Yeah, they're just spinning around.
Yeah,
we've all done it.
Yeah,
Ashley down the, I think it's the Wellington. He's all over the back of him again. Yeah, it's where we need.
Oh, looking around the outside into Stowe. That is brave. Not going to happen, but he could get a nice run into Vale. He's got a lot of momentum coming into here, but he still hasn't managed to take the inside line there. Jesset staying as far around as he can, so both of them dive into there together, and Jesset will just hold the position.
Yeah, this fifth and sixth battle is dropped off a tiny bit. Oh, Ashley's trying to make it look. Oh, just into the. Look like they nearly touched. It's like don't know where to look. Which battle? Oh, Solcombe's gone off. Have a look. I don't really know what happened, but I found him in the pit exit lane.
Oh boy, let's have a quick replay of that one then. So he's coming down. This is him coming down to the straight, following 4 miles ahead. He lost a little bit of time from him. He wasn't quite so close, and it looks like it's just going to be that typical over-rotating, tries to catch it.
Yeah, I've done it. We've all done it. Oh, touches the barrier, maybe ever so
tiny tap
slightly.
into the barrier, yeah, but not too bad for him.
Oh, blimey. Okay.
As we come out the replay, at the front it's still the same.
It is.
Also to note, while we've been looking at these battles, Landry is back in the 711 for his final stint.
He is indeed.
He's pulling up the order a little bit from where he got down to off his best.
What he will do with the pit stops that are ahead of him, I'd imagine, as well. But, you know, those that haven't pit will have fresher tyres towards the later stages of the race.
Actually not close enough to make a move into Stowe. He can try and get the exit into Vale, but they're both on the same line, so it's not going to be very different.
Yeah, after that little moment for Solcombe, obviously the gap's now 6 seconds. Shame. Been closing Mr. Miles down very nicely.
Ooh, Ashley going real wide there. He has better momentum out of that.
Pushing. I think he's pushing a little bit too hard.
Yeah, he has better momentum out of there than Jesset, and he's trying to make something off it, but it's just not a position where you can make a move.
That's the problem. Is like it's when you frustratingly have that pace. So you pointed out that Landry is now in car 711. He sets the fastest lap of the race for that car with a 1:58.9.
Lovely.
So the track's, nicely rubbered in, but and Nicholas Hubert's still going well with 1:59.4 in the car 24.
He's pulled in 10 seconds since we last saw him on the Bentley ahead, so he's still making waves, but a long way to go.
Yeah, 19.5 seconds is like, you know. Dan Terry saying Dave breaks into the right hand and Ash doesn't. There you go. So,
yeah, he's getting real close to the back there.
Car is that 420 in the pits?
420 is just coming out the.
So back Diggs is back in the car.
Yeah.
Okay.
The last stint, as well as Paul Miles, who also just left the pits and is just ahead of them.
So, Sadie then has done all these stints, has he? Is that why
suppose
Max
so,
is
yeah.
back in the car? Because no offense to Max, but he hasn't got the pace of the other guys.
He is he was seeming to be the slowest, but Alvarado wasn't being incredibly consistent. So
true, yeah, true. So
Max is slower than Alvarado on Alvarado's best, but overall probably they're both hitting about similar.
Yeah. So looking down the leaderboard, we've got 159.4 there, 159.3 there.
Yep, so Ashley, Laundry, and Diggs, the fastest guys on, or not Diggs, Huben, the fastest guys on the track so far. All of them putting in incredible stints.
Yeah, Laundry doing 159.4s, but obviously his fastest, which was the previous lap recently, with 159, 158.9, incredible pace. We've got Dan Tesoro still doing 159s as well.
Yeah, in the 100.
Yeah. Fortunately down in 14th position right now. Still a pit stop to go. Mouse gone. Oh, there it is. Right, that helps.
35's had a little off. That's Christian Mayer.
Mike Jackson for company at the moment as well, the McLaren.
So, yeah.
Nearly went into the back of him there. Amazing it sometimes when you kind of like you have to pull out of something because you've carried more momentum than the car ahead, and then because you correct, you lose so much time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the same sort of thing that's been happening to Blomfield for some of these sections.
Just see the blooming Jackson there runs wide into the first corner. Like, I mean, really wide. Not a. Ashley now taking another look at David Jessett. David Jessett's not a kind of man that crumbles under pressure.
No.
So whilst and it just shows you could be a second a lap quicker or half a second a lap quicker. It's where it's amazing how wide the car in front suddenly becomes.
Absolutely, yeah.
And we see it all the time. I mean, it's even more so in Formula One where it's harder, where there's more aero on the car, and it causes the edge to be disrupted. There's obviously a little bit of aero on these cars, but nothing to that extent. And it's about choosing, and sometimes you have to follow the car behind. Follow the car and understand where their weaknesses and where your strengths are to try to take advantage of that.
And sometimes you just get unlucky and your strengths aren't in a place where you can pass and you just need to wait for a mistake.
Yeah, indeed. Exactly that. Yeah.
Not make any yourselves.
Yeah. This is it. And even if Ashley is right behind him, if they're doing a splash and dash for the last pit stop, then you'd imagine that the overtake could just be done in the pit stop. But if Jessett is in the pit stop longer and puts on fresh tyres, will you lose that time purely with the fact they've got more grip? It's such a conundrum sometimes.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, that's a good word, conundrum.
Conundrum is a strong word, as Werner is coming up behind Andrew Hearn.
Yeah, I've noticed his lap times have been decent.
Yeah, he's been finishing off the comeback drive for this team, having started right down the back. They've made a nice run up the order.
Hi, Mike Jackson. Jackson's still all over the back of Diggs as they go into the first corner, so he's caught that gap up again. So, and obviously when I see that, I think of Miss Jackson.
Yeah.
Sorry, Miss Jackson.
Well, there's Ash. Ash is really close now going into Stowe. He's actually going to get the inside line into Stowe for the first time.
Oh,
Nice and close between the two of them, but Ash is going to get the momentum out of there.
Great move that, and great driving by the both of them. Right, so this is the truth now. Is like you've been stuck behind that car for a few laps. You probably, because of that, you potentially worn a little bit of your rubber away.
Yeah.
Because you've been stuck. You know, the car will move a little bit more following another. So let's see what pace he's got now that he's free. And immediately,
He's pulling away a bit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is phenomenal.
That is the sector where he has always been faster, and he's been just held behind Jesset a little bit, but couldn't overtake.
Yeah.
And you're seeing it now that he's ahead, how much faster he was just through those two corners.
Coming into the same sector now is the battle for 6th and 7th between Mike Jackson and Max Diggs. Jackson goes to try and look on the inside of this corner, but
he's taking a really bad line through Luke there, so he's going to fall back a ton down Wellington.
He lost, because you can't carry as much speed taking that kind of line.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, it's always when you go on the attack, you sometimes compromise
Absolutely.
your speed, and it's trying to find that right balance.
Werner as well, still on the back of Hearn and Huben. When he crosses the timing line, we'll get to see how close he's got to Brioche. 14 seconds. It's another 5 seconds gone since the last time you looked at him.
Wow, it's pretty impressive pace.
Steve Hughes is back in the number 7 car now for the last two.
Yeah, that's must feel a little bit alien to him being out of the top 10.
Yeah, he's in the McLaren as well, rather than his beloved Bentley.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm guessing Steve's in it for the long last stint, but I mean he's 14 seconds of 12th, and you've got cars up to so car number 62 coming in 8th is in the pits, so that's Brioche. He's now come to the end of his stint. I'd imagine Steve will probably jump up to about potentially 7th or 8th.
Yeah,
Maybe
at least 11th would be, or 10th will be able to. There's a bit of a gap between 10th and 9th, but
Steve, as we know, Steve is a quick driver.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
And as you say, he's in a different car to normally his beloved Bentley. It must feel a little bit alien to him to some degree. I'm just going to grab a drink. Oh, a little snack as well.
Cesaro as well in the 100 Bentley, still putting in good times. Still has a pit to do, unfortunately, so he's going to fall back a bit. He's got sort of the opposite to how Steve's going to have.
So, I don't know, obviously pit stops have happened, but Solcrum now was in 3rd.
Yep, Solcrum still needing to pit.
Yeah. Look at the gap already that Bloomfield has... eat some chicken sauté.
There you go, Alves also in the pits in the 888. So a lot of people getting ready for their last hour-long stint. So as Huben rolls down the hangar straight, we're going to see how far he is now behind Jackson, who is his target at the moment. 27 seconds now, his new target. So he's back to just chipping away at those big timers. But still obviously needs to pit. So if he can keep putting in these times, he's going to pull away from essentially Brioche and such, who are now behind him due to having already pit. Yeah, Steve Hughes has come out just a little while behind Brioche.
Yeah, but he's already gained the position up to 12 because
Yep.
one of the cars ahead pitted.
So he's not going to get that one.
Solgren's in the
Brioche.
pit, car 405.
Oh yeah, good catch.
Clearing their final pit stop.
So they're going to be on it. Jessup probably will be the next of those top 3 in, as we've already heard that car 240 is going to be going right till the end. Jessup now with the back marker of Steve Hughes right behind him.
So Kevin Braun in the car 405 finds himself in 7th position. Live timing. Oh, not a great exit. Cuts the track.
Yeah, a lot of people having a little bit of trouble there on their first lap.
So Ashley still doing 159s there. You got Landry doing 158s. Currently finds himself in 3rd.
Yeah, Landry was the man who had this car in the lead of the race at the first couple of hours. So looking to do that again. Where is Jessup on track? Jessup is almost a lap ahead of him because he's just coming through loop now as Landry comes through the last corner. So he's got a lot to go if he's going to take that, but he is also a lot faster.
Yeah.
So it's still possible.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that
And
unfolds.
Jessup still has to pit.
Yes, indeed, and so does Bloomfield as well, who's, only 4.5 seconds up the road currently. I'm really expecting that gap to continue to increase. I think something that's worth noting is Max Diggs in 5th. Just did a 1:59.8. He's obviously at the start of his final stint.
Nice.
Which is 2 seconds off the previous lap of car 28, who's in 4th, and that car is now into the pits. So Van Hoyk will be leaving the car for this pit stop. So 56 minutes to go. Have you done the whole race?
Not quite, almost. Dan took over for an hour near the beginning.
Okay. That's quite some stint you're putting in there. You need a new chair, by the way.
No, I love this chair. This is my new chair.
So where's the squeaking coming from? Is that from the chair?
Yeah.
Dan Tesaro is still doing the pace there in down in 13th with 1:59.9. Also, Fink Farid down in 18th doing a 1:59.7 as well. So, who's the biggest gainer of this race? Would we say today? So we got car 100 started 17th and finds itself in 13th, but no one's really started 22nd and finds himself in 5th or anything like that, which you sometimes do get.
So according to Dan Terry, Ash has got a bit of a slow puncture going on. Laundry did have that in his last set, so proves you can still keep up pretty good speed with them for at least quite a while.
That's going over the curbs far too much.
But he might have to pit earlier than he was planning to originally.
So he finds himself in the 2 minutes now. Currently. Landry definitely setting the pace. Actually, Jack Harvey set the pace with 1:58.9.
Oh yeah, Jack Harvey back into that car. Very fast driver.
150 laps completed.
Getting to them big numbers.
So, Robbie,
Jackson did a 2 minutes 12 last time round. I think something happened that lap.
Yeah, and he's got a ton of cars in
Yeah.
front of him. Holy.
Yeah. Hasn't he just?
So let's put the New World Sim Racing driver back.
Because he was all over the back of Max Diggs.
Yeah, he's clearly made a mistake somewhere and is now having to pass all these back markers again. Shout out both of these cars, the Jackson car and the Diggs cars from our American community. So shout out to the New World Sim Racing guys.
Well, that's really weird. I don't really know what happened there. I've just got into the replay. So what corner is that? That is... Oh, into the left-hander, down the new long straight. What's that called? At the end of that long straight, after you go through the new section, the Formula One bit.
Oh, yeah, at the end of Hangar, yeah.
Yeah, so he's gone to make the move on Diggs.
Into Brooklands,
It's really odd because the rear of his car, mid-corner, he has to correct. And he corrects, then he goes off the track, and then he does a 180, but and then finds himself on the grass, and then has to come back on. So the rear end of the car just seems to go for him, and he corrects, but then he corrects too much, and then yeah.
The McLaren is one of the most aero-focused cars in ACC, and so I think you do get more of those sort of F1 style, just back snap sort of
he's back all over
spins.
the back now of Kevin Braun anyway, isn't he?
Yep.
So to brought that back down. But it does mean that he's lost out to Diggs.
Yeah, Diggs can now settle down to just putting his laps in, and Mike Jackson's going to have to get all the way past this car again.
Sorry, Mike Jackson.
And then past two back markers as well.
Yeah, yeah.
One of them, the very fast.
So this is interesting because you've got Huburn, who's finds himself in 10th. He's 3.7 seconds off 9th. And it's not as if Brioche's slow. He's doing 159.9s, but then Huburn's going, I'll just do a 158.4.
Yeah.
See you later, mate. That's some good pace. And then you've got Steve Hughes behind them doing 159.7s, who's now into 11th. So at the start of his stint was in 13th and now finds himself in 11th position. So
he still has the possibility to take Jonathan Werner as well, who has to pit.
yes, indeed.
Gonna lose a lot of time.
I don't know if he's got the pace to catch Huburn, but he might be able to catch Brioche. And yeah, Justin Clerk's also doing, last time round a 159.8. So
Yeah, a lot of these guys getting their fast drives in for the last
peers,
split.
isn't he? He's amongst people of very similar pace, so he's going to struggle to make any real headway. And he's 22 seconds off.
I think a lot of teams have
position.
definitely put in their fastest driver for the last split. So these few guys
It makes sense.
really
Yeah,
roxing up
makes
the
sense.
field have been slowed down a bit by that as Tizaro hops into the pits for the last time in the 100 Bentley.
Yeah, I'm still looking at Jackson's. He runs wide. He's got an Aston in between him and Braun now. Oh, the Aston goes a little deep there. That makes it easy for him.
Nice.
5-second penalty for car 10 just come in for Werner. And you know, fortunately, however way you look at it, you still get 5 seconds added on, but they've still got their like they're gonna. That's the car we're obviously saying that will fall down behind Steve Hughes. Ashley Bloomfield last time round, 2 minute 2. So the low 2 minutes. But Landry's still hitting the 159s. So's Clerk, so's Brioche. Huben 158 continues with that. Consistent. Silvestre, currently in car AA8, 14th position, also in the 159s. And Jack Harvey down in 19th, also in the 159s, and everyone else kind of 2 and above. Yeah. Okay, I'm not in this race.
Yeah. A lot of really fast guys here. Only a few left to pit with Werner, Jessett and Bloomfield and Solberg.
Gap is now 8.2 seconds. So if you're in David Jessett's seat right now, the hot seat, second position, you've got to be fearing that Landry's going to get you. Has that gap come down?
Yeah, Landry has definitely been pulling in time on Jessett. We won't really be able to
Annoyingly, we
tell
have to rely
exactly.
on visual because
Yeah.
you know, I just don't like sometimes the way the live timing on this just says +1 lap. It's like
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait till they pit to really see the difference there.
Yeah, Jackson is right over the rear bumper now of Braun. Takes a tighter line, but then I'm surprised it does that, 'cause it ruins your exit.
Really ruins his momentum coming out of there, and so down the whole of the Wellington Straight, he's going to be losing time hand over fist.
Yeah. Surprised by that line there. It's not the first time he's done that either. Okay, so Huben's got the gap down to Werner, down to Werner, even to 13.8. He's got Brioche half a second behind him. Got these two close as well. Different 6th. It's a little wide there in the first corner. To Maggots and Beckett's. Get into the slipstream of McLaren. Ahead. I think Jackson's better at the middle sector. Braun.
Yeah, it might be another one of those situations where even if Jackson's overall
Braun's better
faster,
at the first part of the circuit, yeah.
He's not great at the sections leading up to overtaking opportunities.
If you look, this is where he's particularly strong, I feel.
This is the same place Ashley was stronger compared to Jessett as well.
Yeah, indeed. Which, you know, it's the sector where there isn't really much opportunity for overtaking. And like you said before, it's like, you know, whether the car ahead makes a mistake. It'll be interesting to see whether he takes a different line through here this time round. Yeah,
I really hope he does go for a wider line and try to run down the back of Wellington rather than being aggro before it. That's much nicer. If he can just hold on a good amount of momentum, because the car in front didn't get a great run there. Of Braun.
Yeah.
Not close enough.
No. He's still at that but he takes a better line there.
Yeah.
He's still at that back marker, the Aston. They're not dropping him either, are they? So
no.
Huben again bringing that gap down to Werner. down to nearly 12 seconds now.
Yep, Huben just overtaking the 711 of Laundry and unlapping himself from that. That's the third place car. And that's not a slow car either that he's just managed to get past.
That's pretty remarkable, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I mean they're both in the 159s.
Ooh. Laundry just taps his back a little bit there going through loop.
Come on, guys, don't ruin the races.
These guys are
very
close speed as well.
The Aston is really close sometimes to.
Oh.
Oh no!
That was almost disastrous. That was almost disastrous. Both of these guys are just so intent on setting the absolute fastest lap time that neither one wants to let the other go, and they're so close that they're going to be stuck with each other for a while here. Hopefully Nicholas is just fast enough to pull away. That was very close to disaster a few times there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but Landry's still there, and again, you know, it's about the whole what we were just saying before is where I think potentially the Bentley is faster at this sector. Yeah, what do you?
Both of them in the seat are going to believe that they're faster right now.
Ashley Bloomfield just did a 2:03. He's in the pits.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, so he's come in just now for his last stint. Going to try and do the last 42 minutes. You see, and getting a DT, I could read that as DT's getting in the seat, or that he's just sped into the pits. Either one of those could be true.
No. Oh. Okay, so the battle for 4th and 5th is still raging on. Sped in. Oh no, he didn't, did he?
It could be close. A lot of people think they've sped in and then come out okay. So they can only hope, yeah, he's fine. He's fine.
Woo.
Oh, no, he's not! The pit cleared before the DT came through.
No! That is just unbelievable. Schoolboy from the Ashley Bloomfield there. Absolute schoolboy. What are you doing? It's not like you need to really push it. You've got the pace on the other guy. What are you doing?
No one wants to give away any time, and so now
unbelievable.
Laundry is going to inherit.
We've still got this battle here between Broad and Jackson. That's allowing Diggs to kind of open up the gap a bit to 10 seconds because these two guys are battling. And you've still got the Aston sitting behind these guys as well. He must be thinking, "Come on, guys." Because you know, it must be tempting for the Aston to go.
Yeah.
But because
and that's Jack Harvey, he's quick. I think it's Jack
exactly.
Harvey, oh no, it's Afiq Farid. Another quick guy.
Yeah. So, but he's not. To his credit, he's not. He's letting the guys battle it out. Which I'm sure if Jack was up in their position, he would expect a car behind to do exactly the same. So that's very respectful.
Dave Jessett now in the pits.
So what's Ashley going to do? Is he going to come straight in?
Yeah, he probably.
I can't believe he's done that. So that's surely gifted Landry second.
I'd assume so. Landry is quite.
Landry's in the new section at the moment. He's currently on the new F1 pit stop.
Ashley might just be able to stay in third.
In second, you mean?
Yeah. Might. He's coming in for the drive-through immediately, so we'll find out.
Landry again is all over the back of your Aston there.
The 24.
Yeah.
Of Hugon. Oh, if Ashley comes out in this fight as well, that's going to get so awkward as Landry is trying to overtake Hugon.
Thrown away the win there, Bloomfield.
David Jessett just left the pit as Bloomfield is starting to leave.
I tell you what, that could really hot things up, couldn't it? Right, okay, so here we go. let's wait for the live timings to sort itself out. I mean, to be fair, Jessett's only in Maggots and Beckett's. He's just exiting that now.
Yeah.
So,
Bloomfield still has another go to try and get past him.
yeah. But he hasn't got fresh tyres like Jessett's got. It's not even Jessett, is it? It's Taylor.
Oh, Taylor has taken over that car in that pit stop. There we go.
Yeah, so what's his pace like?
We're going to have to see. These guys have really pulled their way through the field in this race, so they've had some decent pace.
Seven and a half seconds is the gap. I can't hear you if you're talking, by the way.
No, no.
Okay. 7.5 seconds. Jackson must be getting a little bit sick and tired of Braun. And Jack Harvey must be getting sick and tired of two McLarens. Oh, fascinating stuff. Genuinely thought that Bloomfield had ruined their race, but I don't think he's still giving him a chance. So,
yeah, he's close, as all four of these first four cars have, at points in this race, looked like they were in with a shot. It's now coming down to whether Jack Taylor can hold off Ashley Bloomfield for the last 37 minutes of this race.
so it looks like Justin Clerk and Dan Tesaro are kind of the fastest guys out there at the moment, judging on the last laps. We're just waiting for people that have come out of the pits to get their tyres up to temp, to the right PSI, and find their rhythm. So it takes a few laps just to get into the... These guys, I mean, what are they going to do? So there we go. That's already down to 5.2 between first and second. So Bloomfield showing the pace already. D. Hughes has brought that down to 21 seconds to 10th. It's not bad.
Yeah, he's making a good run for it. He's looking like he's going to be able to get him into the top 10.
300ths of a second quicker than Ryoshi last time round.
Yeah. We still have Werner and Solberg to pit. Werner obviously with that 5-second penalty to go as well.
Yeah.
Oh, was that a mistake from Braun? That was, and they've actually collided.
Oh!
Big backward shunt into the wall for Mike Jackson. We'll have to throw on a replay of that from the outside camera.
I wasn't even looking at them. I've been looking at them all this time, and I was switching away just having a look through the field. And
so they're coming through Stowe here, and it looked to me, I was on board with Jackson, so I didn't get the best view of it first time round, but it looked to me like the McLaren ahead of him starts to spin. There he goes, then catches it. And just overcorrects and spins the other way right into him.
That's really unfortunate. But then that's also what happened to Mike Jackson before, where he overcorrected and then he just suddenly got grip, and then that's what sent him off the track.
It's easy to do. Especially a lot of the McLarens have been doing that in a couple of these fast corners. And he has now got ahead of Braun after that incident, but will have a little bit of damage to contend with.
Yeah.
And he's now, Diggs has pulled out a big lead because of that fighting.
There is an upside to that. And Crashley finds himself nearly 2 seconds behind Taylor now. And Huben has brought the gap down to Werner to under 4 seconds, which is, and then he's got Ryoshi, who's 2.5 seconds behind him. So Steve Hughes definitely going to get into the top 10, I think.
Yep, he definitely should once Werner pits. And it's whether he can just take Ryoshi, who he's slowly catching in on, could go for 9th. Looks like Hubon has sort of accepted being behind Landry, but both of them setting really good times for now.
Yeah,
so
they're consistently in the 159s. I mean, it's pretty impressive stuff.
Ashley Bloomfield set two 158s in a row now, though, on his last stint. 158.4 was his last lap, which is now the fastest lap of the race for him.
No one likes to show off, though, do they?
I think it looks like it's the 3rd fastest race overall, behind the number 24 car that we're looking at now with Nicholas Hubern, and then the number 111 Jack Taylor car in the lead. 158.3, the fastest lap of this race so far.
Huben's got past Werner then.
Yeah, Werner's been starting to struggle a little bit, maybe right at the end of his tyre life. He's falling back to the 100 car as well.
Yeah, maybe, you know, hindsight's one thing, but maybe, you know, the stint's just a little bit too long.
Yeah.
You've only got 30 minutes of the race left. The problem is like when you do pit, you are going to fall quite a way back, and you're not going to gain any more positions through the pit stop. So it's all about outright pace.
Yeah.
Oh, the Bentley! Oh, look at that move there! I thought they were going to go into the back of him.
No, he
Oh no!
Oh,
I did wonder about that because the Bentley was going
so
at such
fast.
speed. Yeah. Oh.
So here's the replay of the Bentley Air coming up, but you can see much better exit out there. The number 10 clearly really struggling.
Why? Because he looked like he was going to hit the back of the McLaren at one point.
Yep. Then there.
Here, look at there.
Goes around the edge. Almost kept it.
Oh, that's just, yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Oh. So
now the number 10 in 10th position is really going to want to pit.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
And luckily he's right at the end of his lap, so he can do it immediately.
Taking the lead of the race. I think the move might have just happened.
Oh, let's hop back into the replay and have a see of that. Oh no, he's already ahead of him. Holy.
Yeah, happened quite a bit. Yeah. So that's unfortunate. We missed out with everything going on there.
Yeah, that must have been a mistake possibly from Jack Tyler there, because that was a lot of time made up very quickly there.
No, he did a 2:05 last time round.
Oh, not too bad then. Just really consistent from Bumfield.
The challenge is you know, with 30 minutes to go, Landry is 14.8 seconds behind. He's doing 1:59 4s. Jack Taylor's doing 2-minute 5s at second a lap quicker. So in approximately 15 laps, will be needed to catch that. Are we going to get that? I don't think we will we?
No, they're reasonably long laps at Silverstone, so it's going to be a squeeze to get them all in.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. So just got to keep, if you could just keep the pace he's doing now and not allow Landry any more kind of time on him, then he should keep second position.
Stop co-30 for Jackson. So speeding in the pit lane there. It's gone from bad to worse for them.
But it won't be Jackson, will it? Well, not now, but we don't know what. I'm guessing it's on the entry that it was. Yeah, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, painful.
Oh, it is still Jackson. Okay. Oof. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Is that a track cut?
May have been. I don't know if
He's
we
not
can
had
see
to
the
clear his
track
pit
cuts.
stop, has he?
Oh yeah, because didn't he just come in for the damage in the last pit stop? Or am I thinking of someone else?
You're thinking of someone else.
Oh, I'm thinking of the number 10 car. Yeah, so that probably is track cuts. You're right.
Yeah.
That is our first finally track cuts of the race.
That's a harsh penalty though, isn't it? Stop go 30.
Yeah, yeah, it's big.
Drive through, I can kind of like, I can deal with that. Ouch, ouch. There he goes to clear it now. That's a shame. Because, you know, battling for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, they did a
Okay.
good job in this race until they made that mistake.
Yeah, until that. Yeah. It is a shame. Someone's asking in chat, has server 2 got any love? Well, unfortunately not. We don't have enough people to cover.
Yeah, if you hit the exclamation mark timings in chat, you can see the pit wall live for them so far. Tyler Clark right now is leading their race from Chris Meadows. Jose Martinez just behind them. They are all quite spread out in that server, it seems. Only the top 3 on their first lap.
Jackson's cleared to stop and go. Falling down the order. Finds himself, I think, in 14th position. Yeah. So, he's got a couple of cars ahead of him, so I think he can. If it, you know, he's got some pace. I think he can. Like, definitely got maybe 1 or 2 cars ahead. I don't know if they're in the race with him. It's hard to tell at this stage of the race.
Yeah, there's a 24 ahead of him. That's not racing him, and then that Bentley could be the 60A. Nah. The next car he needs to overtake is a McLaren.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's got a while to go to find one of those.
Oh, okay. So. Clerk might get onto the back of Braun.
Oh, I've just realised who the 2 cars ahead of him are.
Who are they?
They're Hubert and Landry.
Oh, right,
Having their
okay.
little weird cross-lap battle that they are still stuck in.
So Clerk might get onto the back of Braun, because it's it's under 5 seconds. It was 4.8 last time. It's now
4 seconds
just
there.
over 4 seconds. So that's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, that's
so
one
Braun's
sector.
doing 201s and Clerk's doing 159. So yeah. I mean, and Huben's going quicker than Clerk, but
He's
the
got a
gap's
long way,
a
yeah.
little bit too big. Yeah. And obviously he's got his little thing going on with Landry. Landry, innit?
Yeah. Landry is slowing him down a little bit too much.
Jack Taylor's now in the 159s. Just like to point that out.
Nice. Good lap from him.
Still slower than Ashley, but
Keeping himself nice and safe from Landry.
well, relatively, because the gap has come down to 12.5.
Yeah, that is looking
And
like...
Landry did a 159.4, whereas where Taylor did a 159.9. So 400 a second difference there.
Yeah, every one of these
So-
good laps he does, though, is making it just slightly less likely that
Oh
Landry
yeah,
can do
of
it.
course, yeah. I mean, there's
Yeah.
only 24 minutes to really bring that down, and unless Taylor makes a drastic mistake of some description. But yes, Clerk to Braun now 3.7 seconds. I can see that Butterman is pretty close to Silverstone in 13, 12, 13.
And he's just taken that really bad aggressive line through loop that we keep seeing people take. So he's going to be falling back a bit.
Why?
down Wellington.
So this looks like currently I think the closest battle out on track.
Yep.
I think we've got a Julian Straza or Julian Straza looking car, which I think has got Martinez in it, just ahead of these two.
Yep.
A little bit of weave in there from the green McLaren. Might get past Bentley, nicely done. That gap is now allowed, I mean that opportunity there allowed Butterman to be on the rear wing of the orange McLaren. Some would say that's papaya. I mean, the rear wing's definitely looking very McLaren-esque. Let's hope Daniel Ricciardo and Lando Norris push that team even further forward up the F1 pecking order this season.
Why are all my co-commentators McLaren fans? It just keeps happening.
Who else is?
Mihai.
Is he?
Yeah.
Good choice.
Mihai's a big McLaren guy.
I've always had a soft spot for Williams as well because, you know, they're a British team.
Yeah.
But yeah, McLaren has always been a team for me. I always love seeing Ferrari fail. I don't know why. I think a lot of people do. I've got no idea why. I don't particularly like them. Not like them. But, and Sebastian Vettel has grown on me over the years. I never used to like him before, but
yeah, he used to have a really bad rep in general, I think. But he's just
but he
everyone loves him now.
But just the but it's the way that the way he respects Hamilton and his other fellow drivers, and I think that's
very sportsmanship.
Yeah, and I think that's what has made me realise that I like him.
Yeah.
And he's done some stupid stuff over the years.
Oh yeah.
He's had some meltdowns.
But what F1 driver hasn't?
Makes him kind of, that means he's human, right?
Yeah.
And I think that kind of like, yeah. Oof. Oh, again, the McLaren there, the wobble Butterman, just kind of showing you that at any moment that McLaren's just going to go, no!
Just going to lose that aero grip and kick out his back end.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay, so just worth highlighting, the gap between 5th and 6th has come down even more. It's down to 2.7. The gap to 2nd and 3rd has also come down to under 10 seconds now. So again, I don't think there's enough time for Landry to get that 2nd spot, but it is interesting.
It's looking more and more likely every lap. Because on laps like that where he's...
Jack Taylor's only done a 2:01.
Yeah, he's a second and a half faster on that lap.
Yeah. Butterman just can't get close enough, can he? Oh, he runs a little wide there. Probably lost a little bit of momentum coming into back into the. He just can't get in where he needs to be. And we see this time and time again around Silverstone. Because I think lap time he's probably got more of the outright pace.
Yeah. He's not
But
consistent
unfortunately-
enough in the places where he
When
needs
he's
to
quicker
overtake.
again, it's a bit like we've seen before. He's in the wrong place. Oh yeah, he's closer here. Can he try and just stick with him through this tight? He looks
Oh,
on the
he's going for
inside.
it.
Whoa!
Big
He's gone for
break-in.
it, and he's been given the room.
And he left
But-
just enough room on the inside there as well. That was a really nice move from Butterman.
Yeah. Yeah.
Big dive, but a strong one. And now he's taken that position into 12th.
Yeah, and Silvestro, you know, not making it entirely easy, which is good. You know that
Yeah.
he left him a car's width. Okay, so second and third gap down to 8.5. Fifth and sixth, 2.2. See, look, and there we go. He's pulled out a bit of a gap already.
Yeah.
To Silvestro. Kind of backs up what I was saying a moment ago. His outright pace he's got. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. Car is off in the
So
background there.
68.
68. Yeah, I just
That's
saw it on
John
my screen, so I was
Smith
still
on the
watching the
Bentley.
button.
Let's have a look what happened there, if we can see it. John Smith coming down the Wellington straight. Looks like maybe he just goes too hard into the braking zone. Oh, the McLaren behind him absolutely misses his braking zone and taps him straight off there.
And which McLaren was that? Was that
It was a white McLaren.
yeah, is that who we were looking at earlier on? Who was the battle between McLaren and McLaren? Was that Clerk, was it?
Is it? It might be Justin. No, it's not Justin. He's in the orange car. It's that McLaren behind Justin. 405. It's Braun.
Braun, it was Braun. Okay, yeah, I thought I recognised the car.
Yeah, he missed his braking zone there.
That'll be a penalty incoming, which means that because he was closing down Clerk.
He's got enough time behind him that he'll probably be safe. Although it is Hugh Ben, so you can't say he'll be safe there.
So, yes. Oh, to be fair, that's a difficult one. The Bentley was really slow on the racing line. And what's the Bentley doing? Let me go on board. Yeah. Eases off to let him pass, I think, but stays on the racing line.
Oh, made that
And-
Coulthard mistake.
And yeah, a bit of a weird place to do it, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, questionable whether Braun would. I don't know. It's hard. Like, tough call for the stewards. That.
Ronan99 in chat, who is a member of that team, I believe, says he tried to change engine mapping and shut the engine down by mistake.
Oh, right. Okay. Oops.
So unlucky for him. Although
Oops.
that might save the McLaren from a penalty there.
So hold on. Did Braun? Is
Yeah.
that Braun that made the mistake, or was he saying that?
Oh no, the Bentley, and that's why he slowed down so much.
Okay, okay. Right. Ah, oops, the daisy. Well, that ruined that battle that was building up quite nicely, didn't it? Hey? Again, somebody didn't read the poxy script. somebody just asking why would it save him? Because it's a bit unpredictable.
Yeah, it's the other driver who made the mistake.
You don't expect a car to suddenly become that slow on the racing line.
Yeah.
It's a bit, you can't predict that, and so for me it'd be harsh to give him a penalty.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you can't because there wouldn't have been any brake lights.
No.
So no, then it's not particularly easy seeing the brake lights in this game, though. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I think that might be fine there.
And it's a high speed, so So exactly. See, the other car team is saying that it's our mistake.
Just a racing incident there.
Exactly. Yeah.
They happened.
Yeah.
So Jack Taylor, good news for him. He has put in a couple of good laps now. He's just put in his second 159 in a row, and that is keeping this assault from Landry off him. The time was falling down, but it stayed stable now for a little bit.
I mean, he's still 200 seconds slower than Landry. So Landry's still making headway into him, but not as big chunks. Which is a shame because we need a battle, and the one that we were looking forward to is kind of over. So Braun is now 11 seconds behind Clerk. Where's Huban?
Huban is still just sitting behind Landry, just patiently following him around. Just doing the exact same 59.7s as Landry is doing.
Yeah. Keeping each other company.
Yeah. Probably quite nice for Landry here to have someone pushing him that he can't slack off at all.
Butterman doing 159s now that he's got away from Silverstone in the McLaren.
Nice, he has a drive-through though. Where did he get that from?
Supermarket,
there's
perhaps?
another drive-through coming in.
Oh, for Batman and Witcher! Oh!
Where have they come from?
Oh. Is that a game? I'm guessing that's a game penalty.
I don't know, I assume so.
Is there a steward's sheet to look at? Is there one? I mean, I should have asked this ages ago, but... Oh, that's a kick to the nuts, isn't it? Steward tracker died about an hour ago.
Oh, so that they are track cuts, yeah. Okay, oh.
Ouch.
So two people getting track cuts just really close to each other.
Yeah. Oi, avocado, watch it. Driver's having to submit my report for him in the Discord.
Yeah.
Oh, blimey. Oh, blimey. Okay, Landry now 6.8 seconds off Taylor. It's getting close. Jack back into the 2-minute 5s and Landry nearly a second up on him.
Yeah, but he's going to have to be more than a second faster every lap. And he is a second faster most laps, but not every lap.
Yeah.
Where are they coming up compared to Ruben's next target? That is Braun, who is... he is ahead of Jack Tyler, so even less likely for that to happen.
Let's give Adam Long and Rowan Ainsbury a bit of love because they've got a bit of their own battle going on here. They're pretty close out on the track.
Yeah, two Aston Martins down the back
Aston
in a fight.
versus Aston, yeah.
I do like the 27's livery.
Yeah, very ACCSS.
Yeah, quite ACCSS. Quite. It's a bit like the.
He caught him up in the braking zone there.
Holy.
I thought that was going to be a touch and a half.
Makes me think of the not the most modern, but the previous WEC liveries that they used to run. Just that, but a bit more yellow than green.
Yeah. Like the one they had at the 24-hour Le Mans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as
Probably,
really getting
probably was
closer
my
to
favourite
here.
looking livery when I went, because I was there that year. They came back with that livery, and
Yeah, it was good.
that was my favourite. Like, you know, especially with the green and the orange, you know, around the
tints,
front of
yeah.
the car and that. And just loved it. Loved that look.
That was great. When I first started doing sim racing, one of the first things I did was a big Le Mans race, and I drove one of those Astons.
Nice.
Fantastic things.
Nice.
As Long still not able to make the move, but going side by side quite often here. Really hard to go around the outside of this corner though, so he's going to have to settle in behind.
So those of you that care, the Chelsea United game ended in a 0-0 draw. Typical of the big game.
I think of those sort of football games whenever people complain about a boring F1 race.
It's where they just get two teams that kind of counter each other.
Yeah. Ooh, side by side through Magus and Beckett's, but they've managed it.
Oh, he waits for him. I think you might say that's a racing incident.
Yeah, they were going side by side through Magus and Beckett's ballsy.
They're, I mean, Ainsbury lost it a little bit, and yeah. That's unfortunate.
And there's Alvarado's talking in the chat. Let's have a look at his team here, running around in 4th.
So Robbie up.
Quite a big gap either way.
Yeah, where's your pace, Alvarado? Where's it gone? Hey? Hey? Coming here, giving it. Where's your pace gone?
It's still in his keyboard. He's trying to draw it all out.
Go back to your keyboard and mouse. You're obviously better with it.
Yes, it's fair.
Yeah. But it just sounds like an excuse to me.
Laundry
4.6. Can he? Oh, can you put a vote in chat? Can he do it? Can he not?
I can do that.
Can Landry?
Start prediction.
Will Landry get second before 6 minutes is up? All I'm hearing is a violin being played out, Alvarado. That's what I'm hearing. No sympathy here.
Can Landry do it?
Can Landry do it? Yeah. Can he?
He's finally got his time, the delta down to be less than the time that is left in the race.
It's tight. I would imagine the wheel is round. Is that right, Alvarado? You need to tell us a story how you got that bad boy as well. I didn't.
Yeah, where'd you get it from, Alvarado?
Yeah, we need to know. Like, did you got some like mafia type links? Is that what happened? 68 game just crashed.
Oh no!
Oh, that's rubbish. That is rubbish. That's John Smith.
Yep, he was running in 12th.
P6 just killed us. What? Seeing that in chat? I don't really understand.
Oh no, this is not helping the cause. Woo! This Landry is getting slowed up a bit by back markers. But he can see it now. If we hop on board with him. Oh no, not that one.
Oh, there was contact between Bloomfield and P6.
Oh yeah.
So into the right hander onto the F1 straight. The McLaren was really slow, and Ashley goes into the back of him. It's spins him round, then spins him straight.
That's nice of him, standing back up again.
As Martinez was watching from a distance.
So that car that we just seen go around the corner there is the car he's looking for. Jack Taylor is about to catch a back marker, so that will be one more shield on his way.
4.4 seconds the gap, but under 4 minutes to go. I don't think he's going to do it, you know. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to do it.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be a mistake from Jack, but he's doing his best.
Well, both in the 2 minutes last time round, but 200 a second faster was Landry. You know, again, kind of very similar gaps what we've seen a lot of the time, lap by lap. Smith is in the pits, but that's because of the disconnect. Now under 3 seconds, that gap. Oh.
Yeah, Smith's got back in and is coming out to finish the race. Going to do his last lap to save his P19.
What we like to see. Dedication to the end. Can he? He can't. Can he? He can't. No, he can't. No, he can't. Can he? Can he? No. No, he can't.
I wouldn't bet on it, but he's there in his sight.
He can't. Can he? No. No, he can't. That'd be impressive if he can. Especially with having company all the way round as well. No.
He's going to have probably one more lap after this.
The risk here is he pushed too hard.
Yeah.
No, he can't. He can't. Surely not.
Especially as he's still driving some slightly defensive lines from the car behind him every now and again.
Yeah. Imagine what times he would have been able to do without that Aston breathing down his neck for the last half an hour.
Yeah, those two have really just... It's unfortunate they came together, because I think both of them could have done a lot better if they just hadn't have come into each other at this point.
Yeah, I don't think he can... I don't think he can do it. I mean, he's nearly a second up on that last lap. Nearly, not quite, but nearly. Oh, blimey.
Yeah.
Can Jack just keep your head down, mate. Just keep your head down.
Just needs to not make any mistakes.
Nothing at all, because he will be... Can I just point out, Steve Hughes is up into 9th.
Yeah, huge work from Steve.
Yeah, good stuff. .5. No, he can't do it.
No, just a few more laps and he could, but it's just not enough time.
I don't think he needs a few more. I just think he would need one or literally one.
Yeah.
But this is the problem now. Taylor's coming up on back markers. He's got
back markers could change
Martinez.
everything.
I think that's Martinez ahead in the Bentley.
Yeah.
So I spot the Julian livery a mile off. So Jack will be. If I was Jack, I'd be like, get out of my way!
Yeah.
Get out of my way!
Slamming the flash button.
Just like like you know, like the Jaws soundtrack is what you need.
Coming round to the next timing.
Landry will be sitting there going, "What if?" at the end of the race if he can't quite get him. Oh, excruciating.
1.3 as we watch Ashley Bloomfield now coming round the last corners.
Don't care about him. No. No, Jack's done it. Jack's done it. Well done, Jack.
So there is Ashley Bloomfield crossing the line. There is Jack Taylor just behind him.
The top 3 in the same bit of tarmac's impressive.
Yeah, there is Free and Hubon as well.
The same bit of tarmac for the on the podium. You know, that's good.
That's
I
strong.
That shows you how
After 6 hours, yeah.
yeah. That's impressive stuff.
So sorry everyone who was caught in by Paul's optimism and voted the wrong way. Because the answer is no way. And he's taken the podium even still in 3rd position, which is still great as we watch Max Diggs now coming through the middle of the track. And we have had a good race, strong race so far.
That's good. Apparently, ACCSimSeries qualified 15th and finished P2.
Yeah, they had a really nice comeback. That's why I didn't know Taylor's pace when we started this split, because he'd been sort of just in the middle of everyone at the start. I hadn't really seen him that much.
Okay.
Great job by them. Who else made up huge jobs?
See, my broadcasting doesn't really show me that, because it obviously only shows me when I join the...
yeah, the Huben team made up quite a bit. The Butterman team, even with the DT right at the end, the Butterman team made up a lot of places. They were down in like 25th when we first started watching them. So nice work by them. Steve Hughes with the 7Cs, they've been doing well as well.
Yeah, some good stuff.
Just a few more drives to
I
cross
really
the line.
enjoyed that 2 hours that I've just done there.
Yeah, it was nice to have you. Thank you for giving Lars a break.
Yeah, no problem at all. No problem at all. Oh, look at that. Dan Terry says in chat, thank you, Gareth, for today. You've been blooming amazing. Then he gives you a purple heart.
Oh, lovely.
Oh. If that isn't love, what is? Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not doing 5.5. I'm not doing 5.5 hours doing a stream. No way. I had other stuff to do.
So there we go. Here is our
Organised my
timetable. I need to
Let's go again.
put the hat back on. We've got... Oh, it's actually just finished the whole race. But we saw how it was. We had the...
Oh, that's annoying.
actually,
Yeah,
Bloomfield team won. Followed by the 111 team, with David Jessett's team, with Jack in there at the end. So huge shout outs to everyone who participated. Thank you to everyone who is coming on. We can obviously shout out now what will be the next endurance event that we have.
Oh, do tell.
Go away.
I think I saw it. I think I've seen it already. But my memory's like a goldfish. So
There we go. So the other one is... It hasn't reloaded the picture yet. Well, let me just reload the pictures quickly. I tried to do this while we were in the race, but obviously didn't quite manage to. Add directory. Intro slides. Go. Next one. Ah, it's not in there. Why is it not in there? Right, whatever. It's 4 hours.
This is where you fail us, Gareth.
This is where, right at the end, I have finally failed.
You've let the stream down right at the end. Is that what you've done?
Staff chat. We had Discord in here anyway, so I could just bring up Discord again. Here we go. Do you
want me to tell people what it is, Gareth?
GT4 Hours of Alton. Right, nice little pun name.
I see what he's done there. I see what he's done. Yeah. So, as Gareth has stopped talking, it's a 4-hour team endurance event. Team size 2 to 4 drivers, 65 minutes.
I can do that.
Timer.
There we go. There it is. I've got it on stream. It's worked.
In the small window, you've got it. But yeah. Or have you got it in the big? DT says in chat, I am a clever person. Debate.
I actually used this for something un-ACCS related, so I do have it up there. There we go.
Hey, there we go. I
GT4 Hours of
I can see
Vulcan.
you've got it in the stream. Okay, yeah.
25th of April. So it's going to be in 8 weeks, because it is after the 5 weeks of the regular split, the 1 week of the Solo Endurance Cup, then our 1 week off before we have our other event, I believe. Sign up to Discord. It's going to be run totally the same, but just smaller event, new track obviously, which is very exciting, and GT4s. So we hope we can get a load of people to come in, because GT4s are really fun, and lots of people keep asking for more GT4 events, and so we're doing some more. Thank you everybody who's come to watch. Obviously, come again next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. A little bit later in the day, and we will be doing our regular championship series. We start off the first round at Zandvoort, and then we'll have bronze, silver, and then gold splits Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then we're doing that for 5 weeks time before we go back to doing some endurance stuff. So thank you everyone for coming around, and it's going to be the end of the stream, so I'm going to hit you with some of our highlights and such, and we'll be out. Thank you everyone, goodbye.